How's it going? Not bad. I had a long day today though, so I'm actually a little bit tired. But I think I'll be all right though. As soon as I start playing and stuff, I'll get that adrenaline pumping. Let's see. All I wanted to do was a Zoom. All right, let's go. Play hardcore just for the giggles. I'll sit there and disconnect at like level 17. C6, what's up, man? How you been? What you been up to? I gotta start working on thumbnails, like video thumbnails. I kind of want to change the basic concept of my thumbnail. For some reason I can't get my death trap build to work. It won't reset. You're gonna have to be very, very meticulous on how you follow the death trap guides, whichever one you're following. Generally speaking, if it's not resetting, either you don't have enough cooldown or you don't have enough energy. One of the two, and or both. All right, let's see. Dex.
M1 Pi raided my stream with 167 views.
M1 Pi, rated, according to my AI. M1 Pi, how's it going, sir?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy. Ow. What is up, M1 Pi? I never actually paid attention to how the AI pronounced your name until just now. That's like hilarious. M1 Pi. Matthias, what's up? Yeah, I just got home. So haven't done anything today until like I literally just logged in. And this is like what you see right now is like the most I've done so far. So we're just gonna add a couple of Paragon points to stuffs. Actually, I don't really care about anything else right now. We could probably just put points into wherever the trap headhunter glyph is, right? Get some decks going, I guess. Beef up the damage a little bit. Eric, what's going on, man? Why was yesterday semi-blasting and today is blasting? Because yesterday was actually meant to be like a 6-hour stream, whereas today is gonna be about 10. Like I planned for 10, 11 hours or whatever. So. And also, like, my gear was pretty Papega yesterday, too. So, I was like, it's kind of hard to blast without, with your, with pretty questionable thrift shop gear, right? So, I actually have a pretty decent ancient setup now. I'm not, like, fully, like, masterworked or anything like that. And some pieces are questionable, but it's a lot better than what I had yesterday. So, I'll start up with yesterday, so. I got here. Do I need a Hakan? What's on it? Or I guess where is the GA? That's the important part. Is the GA cooldown? And if so, what's the percentage on the distance? Because this is what I have right now, which is actually like exactly what I need. It's not like great, but it's like it's what I need for the build to feel good, for sure. Please get your Shaco. Yeah, completed the trio for DT. Yeah, I still So here's the thing right now. I think what I really need, honestly, to be able to update the Maxroll guide is, it was kind of buggy on PTR, but the Harbinger's sub boss power like had a really weird interaction with Starless Skies. Like Starless Skies like reduces the resource costs of spending maximum resource with the Harbinger. And so that made going Starless Skies in a build like this like not worth. But if they fixed that, or if they stealth fixed it by any means, then Starless Skies would be best in slot still. But I don't know. I can't know until I get a Starless Skies to see how that actually really interacts. But that's probably going to be a while before that happens, because I really need a Shroud first. I got Tyrio's Might in the meantime, which is, you know, obviously a good chest, but Shroud is kind of what I need. That's like 50 to 60% damage I don't have. We rogues had a lot of fun today. Now go enjoy some handsome Red Rose gameplay by the freshest dude on the other side. Don't have to go shit. Appreciate you. Oh, yo, Demon, what's up, man? How's it been? 3 GA on everything besides Random Rose, double damage, and 49 out of 50 passes. Yo, that's really good actually. What do you want for that? Because I'm like pretty broke. I got 67 million. I might have some stuff in the stash I can kind of trade you for, but what's your battle tag? It's been a while since you played D4. Do I feel like it's in a good spot as of late? Do you want to be honest? I'll give you an honest assessment without the Reddit flavor. If you were somebody who don't have a lot of time, or who doesn't have a lot of time to play, like if you're someone who plays like maybe 5 or 6 hours a week or so, I think the game is actually in a good state for a player like that. There's enough for you to do and chew on for about a month if all the amount of time you have is about 5 hours a week. If you're someone who plays like 5 hours a day, there really isn't much for you to do. And the meta really hasn't really changed much, with a couple of outliers, I guess you could say. Because a lot of builds didn't really get shakeups. There are some good quality of lives that they did do. I do like the boss laddering stuff. I think some of the quality of lives are actually well done. It's just really not enough for someone who likes to play a lot. So if you're someone who likes to blast, there really isn't much for you to do after like a week or some change or so. But if you're someone who's like more on the casual side, I actually think the game is actually in a pretty good state for the casual player. And I think right now that's the target audience, because that's what, that's the audience that makes Blizzard money at the moment. So whoever's in charge of doing or creating content for, the game, or drip feeding content and stuff like that, you can tell where they're putting their resources. I'm not gonna sit there and say that's a bad thing. Like obviously, catering more to casuals is never a bad thing. Like I'm not gonna be like, I can't believe they care more about the majority of the player base that play a lot less than I do. Like that sounds bad, right? That's like not a good look. But I would, as a blaster, would like for more vertical progression content. And that may not come until like later in a sense. I'm sure the devs probably want it for us. I guess it's a matter of getting the green light to be able to do that kind of stuff and getting the resources proper to do that kind of stuff. Because of course, catering to the blasters don't make the company money. And Blizzard is a company that's part of a much larger company, and it kind of is what it is, right? So I can't be mad at it. I can prefer stuff. Oh, you don't have to do the Skyrunner, but all right. I appreciate you. port direct to team is goated. Yeah, it is. Like so. Yeah. So there are some quality of. Thank you, very much, sir. There are some quality of life things that kind of get lost because people are upset about other things. Which, don't get me wrong, totally okay to be upset about the other stuff. I am. I agree with most of the things that people want. But we do kind of like don't give some credit to the stuff that is actually out there that they actually did do good, right? Yeah, this is actually really nice. I ain't gonna lie. That ultimate damage is actually gonna help a bit. I won't say a bit, but a little bit. In every aspect, this is better than what I got. So I appreciate it. In fact, you said how have I been? I've been all right. I stopped streaming for a little bit because I kind of wanted to do take a reset. There's been a lot of toxicity in the action RPG genre in general, and I just didn't want to be part of it for like 2 weeks. So I actually decided to go touch grass, and turns out, I kind of needed that. It was a good reset. In fact, within that 2 weeks, I think I might have touched my computer like 3 times total, and that was like to stream like for 3 days in those 2 weeks, and like it felt good. Like it felt really good. So I'm like, we'll masterwork that later. With that being said, actually, Rain of Rose has been performing a little better than I thought it was going to. Obviously, it's no DT by any means, but I think I got it down to what with my gear level right now. I think about like 3 minutes 75s is actually not bad at all. Better than I expected it to be at this point in the game. I need better crit gear. Let's go with rings. I'm playing LE right now because there's zero toxicities. I won't say there's zero. I can't say I agree with it, the zero. Because keep in mind, like, Last Epoch doesn't really have a demographic yet. Not yet. It doesn't have its own subset of players that are, like a Last Epoch grown community, if that makes sense. Most of Last Epoch players are from other action RPGs currently. So, and because of that, you're going to have those people wanting to compare everything. Right? So it kind of seeps into Last Epoch. Although I will say there's probably less negativity surrounding Last Epoch than the other 2 games, for sure. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and masterwork this right now because this is nice. Really, radio cooldown reduction. Now you want to roll that? There's a lot of Last Epoch good, PoE2 bad in general, and LE general chat. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of interesting though, because it's like people think people base whether a game is good or not based on the amount of hours a streamer plays the game, right? So when they see streamers decide to go play a different game at some point, they automatically have this like idea that is like, okay, well, if a streamer doesn't play it for more than X amount of time, then the game is bad. And I feel like that's a pretty poor approach to look at things, because by the way, I think Last Epoch is in a pretty good situation and scenario right now. But if you look at the Last Epoch category, even before D4 launch or before No West of the Wicked launched their new content or whatever like that, like most content creators abandoned Last Epoch after the first week. After they killed the Uber boss, they kind of like stopped. Doesn't mean the game is bad. It just means that they decide to move on. Because they were done with the content. Man, I saw you say use me. Yeah, of course I do, man. It's good. Your stuff is good. Did I write the Twisting Blades guy? No, that is Mippy, I believe. Yeah, it for sure is Mippy. I'll spend me some Titan tributes. Do I want it? Yeah. For sure. Are you on my friends list or? Does he stream? Of course he does. Yeah, you can just type in Mippy. Actually, the shout out happened earlier, I think. If not, all right, how about this? We'll do this. We'll give you a shout out again. There we go. M15, yes. There you go. There you go. Direct link to the stream. He's playing Death Trap right now though, so no idea when he's gonna like hop on to Twisting Blades, but I'm sure he'll probably give it a whirl at some point. But yeah, Mr. Pent, yeah, just invite me just whenever you're ready. Is he the best rogue mechanic guy? Honestly, I'd probably give that role to probably Ava. But I mean, in terms of like very intricate mechanics, I'd probably give that title to Ava. I'm not this you know, this is no slight to Mippy or any other rogues. Like all of us do rogue mechanic stuff. Like I do, Matthias does, Sanctum does, obviously, like Slot, those guys. Like there are quite a few rogues out there. Zarya, DZ, there are several rogues out there that do mechanic stuff, right? But in terms of like someone who's probably spent more time specifically testing mechanics, I don't think anyone's done it more than Ava, in my opinion. But again, this doesn't mean that everyone else is bad. It just means, but I'm pretty sure you can ask, you know, you can ask any rogue pretty much for any rogue that makes build guides or whatever. I mean, you can just ask them. Lexi used another or two as well. I almost forgot to mention him. You can ask any rogue any stuff for the most part. Like most rogues would tell you the same thing, most likely. So like, let's just say, hey, I have a question about, you know, why does Death Trap wear Scoundrel's leathers? Like every, you know, reputable rogue will tell you why, right? Or even more the intricacies, like how much energy do I need to do such and such for this build? You know, most rogues would be able to tell you that. Like that's, you know what I mean? Doc says, I would never forget your Heartseeker build. I don't know. Maybe Ava should stream though. I can imagine him having a community where literally his community would want to see him in the training room and would rage and throw a fit if he actually went out and like kill stuff. You're like, wait a minute, why is Ava a boss? Unsubscribed, unfollowed. Sir, why do you have a full set of gear on? Masterworked and everything? Are you not testing mechanics, sir? Unfollowed. You can hear me here? Okay, cool. It's like, what? Honestly, I really think he should, like to be 100% honest, I really think he would do really well to do like a rogue podcast where he just kind of like, you know, just has different rogue, you know, guys on, just to talk about the state of rogues or whatever. Like, I personally think if he actually like had the time, he doesn't really have the time, I don't think. But like if he had the time to invest in something like that, I think that would go over really well because people like respect Ava and the community for sure. Like, you know, when he has a podcast, like, you know, there's something that he's gonna say or something that's gonna be to say, right? That you can take something out of, right? So I really think people would like, you know, tune in and listen in, right? How do you get energy on gear? There's certain pieces of gear that actually has plus, you know, energy in it. Like for instance, like a legendary helm has plus energy. To boss will also gives you plus energy. Beast fall boost also gives you plus energy. So there's like several things that they're not a lot of things, but a couple of things. So like if your build requires a lot of energy to be able to do certain mechanical things, then there's very specific gear you have to have because of that. Can any rogue use a shrine mythic? No. You really wouldn't want to. Basically, I'm doing Twisting Blades for the first time ever. I read a master that's hard, but I don't understand what's hard about it. Is it that when you use Shadow Imbue Blaze around you, you're supposed to dash your next mob of enemies? And I played rogue before, but I'm going to main it and want to understand the class better and where is the skill expression. So I love the way, I love the fact that you use the words skill expression, because I feel a lot that way about a lot of things when I talk about things, especially when it comes to this game. So yeah, the whole returning blaze part of things for like a while ago was one of the things that technically made Twisting Blaze more challenging to play than some of the other rogue builds. Today is really not that big of a deal because of the changes of the game and making returning blaze come back a lot faster, so that mechanic doesn't really like play itself to skill expression like it used to. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say Twisting Blaze is difficult to play now. Is it still more challenging than some other builds? Sure, you could say that. But the whole returning blaze part of things is really not really a thing that people focus on. Rogue PvP build? No idea. I assume Death Trap, because you can cast a Death Trap before someone is able to see you, and you'll just like one shot them, and then they'll be like WTF, right? And then you just like, laugh, and then you go teabag them for a little bit, and then you go on about your way. Honestly, I don't even think I'm like exaggerating either. Like that's pretty much literally how that's probably gonna go. Is the fastest way to leveling still doing Vessel of Hatred campaign? Technically, yes, but I mean, unless you like the campaign, I wouldn't advise you to do that. It's boring. Unless you literally only have a set amount of hours you can play and it's very, very strict, right? I would suggest doing against the campaign. It's better to do incursions and kind of get mass that you want and stuff, so therefore you have an easier time in the end game than to do a campaign and then be missing a bunch of stuff that you want, even though you get to level 60 faster. Build's looking good. Yeah, it's actually pretty solid. Rainy Veils is pretty solid. kudos to Blizzard not killing the build, like completely killing the build with the nerfs. It's actually kind of what I would consider kind of balance. And I kind of wish the other rogue builds would be like roughly about Reign of Arrows power, like the other rogue builds that are below Reign of Arrows. Like if they can bring that up to Reign of Arrows' power, I think T4 would feel great across the board for rogue builds without like super like crazy investment. I want to put that out there because I think there are a lot of rogue builds that can do T4 well, but some requires more investment than others. You're gonna redeem timeout. I can do the throw live glasses though. Thank God that's why I didn't play last season. I got you. At this point, just ask me to run piss with you. How's teaching going? Pretty good, actually. So today, I have my drumline workshops. So I do workshops before auditions for drumline, for the upcoming drumline and things. And the reason why I do that is so that for the middle school kids who are coming up, rising freshmen and things, have as much of a fair chance of being able to get on a drumline as the veterans who were already there and stuff. So I do workshops to kind of prepare them for the material that they need for auditions versus just give them an audition packet and say good luck for instruments that they never played before because, middle school. So today was actually a pretty good turnout, and like it was really productive today. Like I didn't want to leave, honestly. So it was good. Mod check. Thanks for the answer about the energy, by the way. Sorry, I had to get something. No, you're good. So I can't trust one cast of wave Reign of Arrows yet because I don't have a near 100% chance to do two waves. If I did, I would just cast one wave and leave on elite packs. But because I don't have a second wave, I'm not guaranteed a second wave. I have to kind of like check at the bottom of my screen to see if a second wave actually like casted before like moving on, which makes my farming a little bit slower than it needs to be. I wonder how many hardcore characters die clicking on the vote quick. Bro, a lot. I'm pretty sure a lot. There's been a lot of complaints in the super secret society must not be named Discord. So there is a fix coming. That's all I can tell you. I don't know why I actually picked that up. Broadside Darth, what's going on? How's gear going? Definitely better towards the end of yesterday for sure. Like I feel like I'm like blasting now, which is good. Your souls. Getting so lucky with the Beastfall Rose. Best of Hatred added a raid, which I never did, but I never see streamers do as a dead content. The rewards don't really match the effort required, basically. It's kind of is primarily the issue. I don't think the content is bad. It's just they don't like it doesn't really there's nothing enticing enough for you to do it. And then not only that, but like you have to actually like think and strategize a little bit to really do it if you've never done it before. And ironically, what I find interesting about this genre of this genre in action RPG is that people want tougher things and more things to do and like things harder. And then when devs give them something harder to do, there's massive complaints about why that thing is hard or too much to do or whatnot, or why isn't my right click destroying universes in time and stuff. So it's kind of like I think it's a nice shot, don't get me wrong, and there's definitely some things that they can do better with it, but yeah, I will say the rewards doesn't really match the time if I had to be honest. So you just don't see anyone really do it. Appreciate the follow. Hey guys, let me know when there's an Avarice world boss coming, because I really want that power. On the thug mode, yeah. Got bored of Dance of Knives. Switching to the Vigorated Strike a bit earlier than I should have. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the Shard of Rathiel, I mean, Starless Skies is pretty important too, but yeah, without like innovation ranks on rings and stuff, it can be kind of hard to sustain energy for sure. Yeah, man, I see a shovel a lot more than like any of the other world bosses. Hey, what's up with that? Mr. Dance? Yeah, well, there was a raid. Mippy raided in. What a Giga Chad. The president of rogues. I think we're lobbying. I think we are lobbying to the wrong people. We should be lobbying the Mippy. Bruh, please help us. To be fair, he's been giving like a jillion content, or a jillion feedback to the devs though. So he been on it for sure. Is that a person playing Rogue too? Yep. Electro Muslim, what's up, man? Nowadays, I low-key feel like the only person in the online stuff is for people to be toxic. It's kind of sad that something could be great and it's full of minority attention-seeking peeps with the loud voices. Yeah, the loud minority tends to like drown out like more reasonable feedback or responses or even opinions. That's kind of why, again, I took a break from like streaming and playing and gaming for like the past 2 weeks before D4 kind of season came out, because I just literally everywhere you went, every street, like every bigger name streamer or whatever, like if you just set in your chat, there's people arguing with each other about which game is better and why this game has the better mode or better thing and whatnot. And then others are not understanding why you choose to, or you prefer one game or other, and they're just like, I can't believe you like this thing that I don't like. And then other people are just like, well, oh yeah, well, I can't believe you like the thing that I don't like, right? And then they go back and forth, and then it's just like, then they start name calling, and then like the mods don't even try anymore. They just kind of just let the shit happen, right? because it's, you know, view counts, right? The views go up because then the people who are toxic tell their friends, it's like, yo, you should join this particular stream, right? Because like this particular stream is popping off, right? You know, it's got a bunch of drama, it's got a bunch of everything, man. You need to be here. So the views, you know, skyrocket and stuff like that. And it's just like, you know, it's just like, this obviously I'm not throwing the shade at any of the streamers at all, right? Like as a streamer, I totally understand the cheer point of view of things, and I'm not blaming any of the streamers at all whatsoever. But man, the chat for any of the action RPGs for like, you know, some of the bigger names, man, it's just I can't, man. And like it's sad because I actually liked some of them. Like I actually used to lurk in their chat often and just chill, and nowadays I can't because it's just a cesspool of you know people that, you know, that got drawn in from Reddit. And you're just like, man, I don't need this. Like I don't need this, man. How's season 8 coming? It's okay. I mean, it's a serve criticism. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I mean, I think I put it this way. Like, I criticize the game all the time, but I also give the game its merits when they actually do something good. The problem is the internet doesn't believe that there's a such thing as a middle ground, right? If something is bad, then the whole thing is bad. If something is good, then the whole thing is good. You tell somebody on Reddit, yo, this is a 5 out of 10 game, you know, you get you get blasted. And it's like, oh, you're just defending, you're just chilling. And I'm like, bro, I gave more criticism than positivity. I just didn't yell and rage while doing it, right? Like, you can say and state your piece without being toxic. You know what I'm saying? And for those who have been in my stream for a while, you see me do that all the time. All the time. So yeah, I mean, criticize. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't say bad things or you can't say good things. You can't say anything at all. It's the way that it goes about, and people start name calling and stuff like that. When it goes beyond the opinion and it goes more so about attacking the individual. That's when it's not a good thing. When you start attacking individuals, when you start attacking, like, you know, sending death threats to devs and stuff like that. Like, all that stuff is just, it's not necessary. And then you go on, like, you know, Twitter, right? And then like a community manager might post an update, say, hey guys, you know, there's a server issue that's happening. You know, new hotfix coming in like 4 hours, and then the whole thread is kind of like, when are you gonna fix this? I can't believe you haven't done this. And it's a freaking community manager. He's not even a dev. And people are just like yelling and screaming at why he or she hasn't done a sad thing, as if they don't understand his job title. It's just like, it's just so silly, man. Like, I can't with people sometimes, man. It's like going to the grocery store and like you're mad that the prices went up, so you're screaming at the cashier because when you checked out, you saw the price of the item you always get rose by like, you know, 35%, and then you're pissed off. You're pissed off, so you're yelling at the cashier. Why? How is it the cashier's fault? Why are you yelling at the cashier? And then telling the cashier, you're not going to shop here anymore. You're like, oh, I'm not going to shop anywhere because you keep raising the prices of stuff, or you rung me up for a higher price than what it normally would cost. So it's absolutely your fault, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh. But people think like this. There's enough people who think like this that it just becomes like, it looks like the majority, even though it is a minority, but they're a really loud minority. Like, really loud. Bro, you should take a break from social media. I have. I do. I hardly ever like look at Twitter. I don't really go on Reddit. But the platform that I typically like to be on is Twitch, and that shit's coming here too, man. In a bigger way. I can't just take a break from Twitch. That's kind of part of, I mean, Twitch is part of my brand. Although I did take a break for about 2 weeks on Twitch though, but I can't just like get off of Twitch and be like, sorry guys. Right? Like, it ain't that simple. But it's coming to Twitch like that as like a normality, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. But anyways, like I said about season 8, I don't like the boss powers. I think that it was in my opinion, I think it was a bad idea to do boss powers for the season or for the season theme. Reason why I say that is because there's no way to make boss powers not either be ridiculously OP where it just becomes your build and that's it, and the rest of your skills don't matter, or the boss powers do nothing in terms of like actual like damage at all to your character. They just become cosmetic visuals, right? And then you don't really feel any effects of it. Like, there's no way to accurately balance the boss powers correctly. Like, you just can't do that. It's like nearly impossible. So I really felt like they should have went like a different option, to be honest with you. I think the incursions are actually okay. The incursions is actually, you know, decent content. I'm not mad about that. I think the difficulty changes. I think the boss ladder is actually mostly pretty good. I enjoy playing them, honestly. But the boss power is it's not it. This ain't it. The fact that there's a lack of meaningful changes to most skills or builds in the game is also not it. Obviously still no pit changes, no Infernal Horse changes, no bug fixes to any of those modes. You know, it makes me a unhappy camper. But I will say that there is some good quality of life stuff that they did do for the season, or for the game that's like permanent, and those are good things. They just got some ways to go. Like, definitely some ways to go, and I hope for a better season thing next time around. So I would rate the season like a 5 out of 10, to be honest. I don't think it's the worst thing ever, but I don't think it's great either. Why is it impossible? Surely they could find a way to balance it. You kind of can't. With the way that each boss power deals different types of damage and there's different elementals and stuff, you can't really make a boss power do exactly like 100% or do the exact amount of damage that your character does for every single build in the game. So therefore, the boss powers feel relevant to every skill, to every class. It's impossible. They're not, I mean, you can't even balance the actual skills in the game without the boss powers. And this isn't just to Diablo 4. This is just any action RPG. All action RPG has, you know, all action RPGs have this issue. So if balancing skills are an issue, what makes anyone think that you can balance boss powers per skill, per build? It's just not feasible. It's not a realistic goal. You can't. And I've never seen any game with a similar mechanic ever accomplish that. D3 didn't do it. Path of Exile didn't do it. Path of Exile 2 didn't do it. Grim Dawn didn't do it. Van Helsing didn't do it. Last Epoch didn't do it. Well, Last Epoch is still kind of more on the new side. It hasn't had those kind of powers yet. So maybe they might be the only company to get it done. Who knows? What's another action RPG that flopped pretty horribly? Wilson didn't do it. Like, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like they should have stuck to something that makes sense, that would make it easier for them to actually, like, you know, design and stuff. How I like Rain of Rails? I like it a lot, actually. I feel like the quality of life for Rain of Rails is better this season. Mainly because of the Harbinger sub power. Am I going to try Death Trap? Probably not. I don't like Death Trap. I'll put it this way. I don't like trap skills. I'll put it that way. Nothing to Death Trap. And I apologize to the mother of Death Trap. I am not being mean to your child by any means. I just do not like trap skills. Never did in any game, pretty much. Elden Ring does boss power as well. How's it doing bosses? Good, actually. Ever since they changed the trick attacks to be able to actually give you full value on a single target, boss in Rain of Rails has actually been quite surprisingly good relative to the rest of his damage on trash mobs and elites or whatever. Even with the trick attacks nerf and bug fix, or half of the bug fixes. They need a mechanic that can carry over to the end game too. Like the boss powers is just solve once you attain them and you get your tune. Well, they really need like long-term scaling of stuff in the game in general. Like more meta progression. Like the game needs more meta progression other than Pits, because Pit is just bad. Like Pit is real bad. Like I don't like Pit at all. I can only stomach doing so many Pit runs. But the problem is that here's the thing, the game hasn't had really any meaningful scaling in so long outside of Pits, that when Blizzard does add a scaling mechanic of some sort in a seasonal thing, people don't like it. They say it takes too long. Like people complain about the gem progression, right? I think the gem progression is good. Like the fact that we have to play the game for a bit before we can actually get max gems, like max gems for like in the gear or whatever, is actually a good thing, right? But there's been complaints about it, and I'm like, man, like we don't have anything that we grind for it. You know, gems is something you kind of have to grind for. I like that. Give us something to grind for. So anything that takes time to get, I'm generally usually for. But I feel like there's pushback when Blizzard does do that, right? Even though they need to do that, because, well, let's be honest, it doesn't really exist. But I do think that when they do try to do little tidbits of it, people complain anyway. And it's like, nah, this takes too long. And then, okay, well, they nerf it. And then people say, no, you know, I have nothing to do after 2 or 3 days. And like, well, you have the other grind, but people said it was too long. So honestly, it'd be best if Blizzard just kind of scrapped D4 and just kind of started with D5. I don't think they're like, no matter if something is good or not, whether it's good or bad, I don't think they can really salvage their reputation at this point. Like it's one of those things where it's like it doesn't matter what they do. The reputation has been tarnished from, you know, multiple months of bad decisions. Is Barrage even decent this season? Decent, sure. But I guess it depends on what your version of decent is. Like, can it do T4? Yes. You're struggling with Bloodspear Necro. It's full on managing resources, etc. I might try this random builds. Builds looks chill. It's fun. I like it visually too, in a sense. Oh wait, I didn't finish the area? Oh, I'm out of my elixir. No wonder. I was like, why am I not resetting the way I should? Saying some comments you read, I don't see. Is this a VOD? No, this isn't a VOD. This is I'm also streaming on YouTube as well. So you guys don't get to see the YouTube comments, and the YouTube comments don't get to see the Twitch comments. Actually, the YouTube comments do get to see the Twitch comments because the Twitch comments are actually on the stream itself on like the bottom right. Do I buy any of the pay skins? Usually no. I did get the fiery hat or the fiery skin or whatever that I'm wearing right now. I did purchase that because I thought it was really, really cool, but that's about it. The Inferno something. I forgot what it's called. How do I feel about the invulnerable phases and the bosses now? Honestly, it's a hit and miss. I'll tell you what I like about it and what I don't like about it. So I think the invulnerability phases and the bosses would fare a lot better if we never got to the point where we can almost one-shot bosses. Like if you can go and you can almost one-shot Belial, right? Like, or whatever, right? Then trying to fight like Urivar, for example. Not Urivar, Harbinger or whatever, right? Then Harbinger is going to feel like a really bad fight because you can't one-shot him. You have to play through 4 different phases. So you can sit there and chunk off enough HP, and then all of a sudden he becomes invulnerable. You chunk off another 25%, he becomes invulnerable. You chunk off another 25%, and I think that flow feels bad, right? But if we weren't chunking HP of the bosses off, then the invulnerable phases wouldn't matter as much, right? Because then they'll just do the phase without being invulnerable because you're not going to chunk the HP off the boss like that fast. So I think the idea, actually, in my opinion, is actually not bad, but I just don't think it fits in the current climate of the game. Because once you get strong enough to one-shot stuff, it just becomes more annoying than it is neat. But I get what they were trying to do. With that being said, I do like the boss mechanics, or most of the boss mechanics. I think personally it feels a little fun to have to actually like try a little bit on some of those bosses, especially as you're gearing up. You say hi, YouTube. I feel like Blizzard is purposely slow walking out the content to make this game last. I don't really know. That's not a bad take by any means, but I really don't know. I wouldn't be surprised from the top down, from a resource standpoint or, a profit standpoint, maybe. So by any chance, am I going to play Rapid Fire this season? Yes. I have a pretty decent ring already. I don't really need a good ring to kind of test it, like a GG ring to test it. So the one I have right now is actually kind of fine. But I appreciate it. But yeah, I will be playing Rapid Fire at some point. Do I have a second look at the Discord? Yeah, I'll do that after this run. Wait, am I the wrong one? Okay, I'm the right one. You really like the black smoke skin? How much it costs? I don't think I've seen the black smoke skin. Desert Knight is still the king of leveling? Yes, it is. 2,800 coins. How much is that in dollars? I don't know how much that is platinum. I feel like it's more annoying than anything at the moment because we literally just one-shot phases. Yeah, but I do think that the core issue isn't necessarily the invulnerable phases, but the fact that we are one-shotting stuff. Like, the thing is that, think about it. Like, we as players, or at least I'll put it this way, I would say the player base that tends to be more vocal wants more harder stuff, more things to do, more challenging stuff, right? So in order for something to be more challenging, we can't one-shot the thing because then they don't have mechanics. We can't say, oh, well, you know, X bosses or X game doesn't have mechanics. Well, maybe they do. You just don't get to fight them, which is why the invulnerable phases probably exist right now. Do I think it's done in the best way? No, but I think the bigger part of the problem is the fact that we are able to one-shot. And as long as that is the case, then they have to do little gimmicks like invulnerable phases to force you to actually fight stuff. So I don't think we should ever get to the point where we are one-shotting bosses, in my opinion. Like, if they're gonna be as scary and like, you know, as uber and, you know, whatever that they want to make them, we shouldn't be able to one-shot them. If they wanted to, they should. If I, like, in my opinion, purely my opinion, $24? Oh, hell no. 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 But yeah, so in my opinion, I feel like they should up the rewards drastically, but like drastically. Like, the rewards should kind of match the amount of time you spent fighting a boss, but us not be able to mollywop the boss at any point. And then we wouldn't need invulnerable phases. So it'll be okay if like the boss took like, you know, like solo or something like that. The boss takes like a minute and some change or whatever like that. But as long as that the loot afterwards is appropriate for that, I think that's fine. Appropriate as in like a bit more several GAs, up the mythic drop rate a little bit because of the amount of time it would take to actually kill the boss, like those kind of things. So it feels rewarding when you actually kill it. You know what I mean? I forgot this core. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in a group, so it's kind of hard to like. I don't want. I hate making people wait on me if I'm in a group. That's all. But yeah, sorry. I'll look again after this. And Dario is terrible to fight with the phases. I actually think Dario's a little more annoying in terms of his phases than Endario. It used to be Endario. I think Dario's a little more annoying. But I don't dislike the fight at all. But I do find some phases, some invulnerable phase mechanics a little annoying. Yeah, Mr. Pant. Yeah, sorry. Yo, Doc, how do you feel about the season so far? You say you're enjoying it? Okay. I have my quirks about it, and my overall perception is meh. Like, there is some things I can enjoy with it. Like, I'm not enjoying myself. I'm not enjoying myself. But I still got a pretty long wish list of things I wish that they would tackle. Personally, that is. I think everybody's wish list is a little different, although there might be a few things that are very common on each person's wish list, but everybody's wish list is going to be a little bit different of what they want out of a game or out of this game. I played Renovators last season. I was trying to barrage build you made. Am I supposed to hit cow traps? Throw a smoke grenade. When I do, I trigger the shadow clone. So shadow clone should be up almost permanently because the cooldown comes down so fast. So the shadow clone doesn't just. Oh, by the way, the shadow clone doesn't pop out because you did smoke grenade or a cow trap by any means. The clone is just up because it's up because you hit clone itself. But cow traps and smoke grenade are like usually typically for the tougher mobs like the elites and stuff. For like chill farming and stuff like that on trash mobs, you don't need to always throw a cow trap or a grenade. But for elites or whatever, you definitely kind of do. I'm positive some, not all, but some need Death Trap Rogue to be nerfed on their wish list. Honestly, to be honest, like it does need to be pulled back, because if the numbers are what we think they are, it's stronger than Bloodwave Necro. Stronger than Bloodwave Necro was last season, and it becomes an outlier when a build is like can reach up to 100 times to almost 1,000 times stronger than the chunk of builds in the game. That's not good. I'm a rogue player, so like, yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, just in general, I actually thought the Renoveros nerfs were warranted. Like, I'm not even mad that they did do that. What I am upset about is that they could have made it. They could have made it more mechanically intuitive, so it doesn't feel like really janky to play outside of seasonal stuff. But I think that like them nerfing the damage was absolutely like warranted. You want me to play it live on stream, Demon? Because there's one shot in tier 105 bosses in the pit. It's a red flag. Oh, that came from a interaction with the glove that shouldn't drop. That's what happened. It's not doing that. But in general, it is a bit overtuned. All right, so we're listening to something new. Some new music from Demon. Sorry, YouTube, you're not able to hear this. The new gloves, yeah, they're not new. So it's gloves that made it past something that isn't supposed to be in the game. Okay. When'd you do this, Demon? $10 minutes ago. Okay. It's really laid back. Okay, some ad-libs. It's got a little bit of lo-fi feel, yeah. Some more ad-libs. Okay. Switching up the kick and the snare. And the hi-hat, actually. Tom. Deep Toms. DJ Chrono, what's up? I like it. I like it a lot. There's still more. There's like 50 seconds more. Are you trying to do that 105 one-shot boss thing, Samurai? Because if so, they disabled it. Because it wasn't supposed to be there. Ownership has been changed. All right. No, that's not good, man. Like one-shotting a 105 boss where you're scaling infinite damage is not good. You don't want that for the game. Like you don't. You say you do, but then like when they actually introduce leaderboards later on, which people complain that we don't have leaderboards, imagine a build being able to infinitely scale damage. Like then we'll complain, oh, this build is way too strong, is killing all the leaderboards. Blizzard doesn't know how to balance the game, but then it's like, oh, but leave it alone, don't touch it. We can't have both. Death Trap is plenty strong without that gloves. It's still like the best build in the game without those gloves. Sorry, back to the song thing. So for those who don't know, Demon in the chat, so iDemon D, he's the one that does my music for my videos. So if you ever watch any of my build guides on YouTube or whatever, and you're listening to the soundtrack in the background in my videos, he's the one that has created those. So this is a new one that he created. So this will, I'm loving the vibe of this. So this will definitely go on my next videos in the future. So if you want to hear more of this, watch my build guide videos coming up in the near future. But yeah, this is hot though. I like this. As always, Demon, thanks. Appreciate you. That is so good. Banger, appreciate the follow. That's what you're saying? Oh, you don't want it. Okay, I'm sorry. I probably misunderstood you. I'm sorry. My fault. So we're on the same page then. You said dope, the music very enjoyable. It is. It is. I'm actually excited. That's yeah. Because people ask me all the time to meet like what's the music of my videos from, and I always tell the name and like send the link to the to the page or whatever. But yeah, your son is at your mom's house for hours, for a few hours. I might do some more stuff. You good? Surprised you did that in like 2 hours though. Minmai, what's going on? I get to a point where I start trusting my damage here in the waves. How am I? Good. Actually had a good day today. started doing holding drumline workshops after school today, and had a pretty decent turnout. And the upcoming freshmen, you know, are looking motivated and passionate about drumming. So, yeah. But to answer your question though, Afro, like the aspect that's buffing dev trap, it's a combination of things. It is an overpower build as well. I mean, you can do it without playing overpower, but obviously overpower is just gonna make it scale considerably better. But there's multiple things that need to be put in place to make dev trap good. It's not just one thing where it's like, oh, I got the one item, and now it's like super good, right? The only item that's like that kind of gets you the start of being able to play Death Trap is Eyes in the Dark, but it's a combination of a lot of different things. Like, you need the Doombringer for life. You need the Shaco for life. Banished Lord Talisman and Beastfall Boost for the interaction. You need to make sure that you have 275 energy. You need, like, there's a lot of things that go into that setup in terms of scaling it well. So like anyone that you may have seen do some amazing stuff with it has some really good gear already. Like really good gear already to be able to, like, you know, do the things that they're doing with it. It is not, it's a pretty long road to get to like the really, really good point. Speaking of which, the man himself, Fabricio Fabricio. Am I even close? I probably butchered it like 5-6 times. Appreciate the follow. Go to sleep now. It's already 5 a.m. in Germany. Thanks, man. As always, thanks. Yes, you're Brazilian. So yes, as in yes, I butchered it every time? Or yes, as in like yes, you are Brazilian? Or both? So now we already know the build. Is it going to be strong or at least second best in Necro Sword? No, Death Trap is Death Trap at the end of the journey. So like once you have everything, all the pieces, like everything, you know, worked out and, you know, masterwork properly and whatever, it is the strongest build in the game. However, I will say the majority of the player base will never get it that far. So because of the requirements necessary to get it to that point. So while let's say for instance it's probably stronger than what Bloodwave Necro was last season, Bloodwave Necro was way easier to gear for. So you're not going to see as many people going around like, you know, applying Thanos level of power to Diablo for running around doing that, right? There'll be a few people, I'm gonna say a few people, but a much smaller portion of the player base will ever reach that kind of power. So that's kind of what makes it interesting, right? Because there's progression to get to that point, which most builds usually, I won't say most builds, but like I would say a lot, you know, a lot of builds generally don't reach or don't have. But even without reaching that far, people will have a lot of fun, you know, blowing up stuff with Death Trap, even without making it that far in the overpowered journey. Oh, that's right, we're done. I'm just killing things. So the people who are playing it and saying, yo, this build is nuts, it's cracked, you know, are not even like maybe halfway there of the actual power. Not even halfway there of the actual power of the build. And it's still like ridiculously strong. For people to go, yo, this is so good, right? Like that's how crazy the build is. Be careful, all that build is a death trap. The only person who's even close to that is Mippy. Sanctum is. Sanctum is pretty close. Can't really speak towards the others, but I know Sanctum is pretty close. Matthias maybe, not sure. I would probably assume Lexiu maybe as well. I'm just kind of like speaking out the blasters who like because like Matthias and Lexiu like really liked Death Trap and played it before it was like this busted, right? So like now that it's really busted, like I'm sure they're going like full ham on it, right? So like Matthias and Lexiu were like Death Trap like players before it was cool. You know what I'm saying? Like they were experiencing that or experimenting with that before, you know, beforehand. DZ as well. I'm talking about like before season 7. We're talking about like, you know, earlier on, like before it was cool. There's Lexi. Yeah, okay, yeah. I feel like I can say people's names and they just pop up. What up, y'all? And Matthias, yeah, there he is. Hey, yo, did I level up with Heartseeker? Yeah, I did. Heartseeker was fun, actually leveling up. I will say I had a better experience than most because Ava was dropping all the like Heartseeker like aspects or whatever. So like I was able to get Moonrise a little faster than I normally would have. Cold Clip a little faster than I normally would have. And things. But Heartseeker is a fun leveling. I mean, it's no Dance of Nas by any means, but then again, no leveling build is Dance of Nas. Dance of Nas is in its own category for leveling. But it's definitely not a bad leveling build at all. Like I would do it again, like next season. You know, if there's not many changes or whatever like that, I'd probably go Heartseeker leveling again. Just because mechanically it feels great to play. Like it feels like an in-game build at like 20. And then when you get the close quarters combat, like you're literally like getting close to capping out your attack speed at, you know, below level 30. So it feels like you're playing an in-game build. Mechanically, keyword mechanically, at such a low level. Let's test it. Frosty LaRue. I don't know. He might be around too. Who knows? Oh wait, is my elixir out? Yeah, my elixir's out, I think. Yep, it's out. It's not it's not resetting. I can't wait till I can like trust that I get a second wave each time. I gotta like backtrack to make sure the second wave actually pop because I don't have a 100% chance to get a second wave yet. Is getting in, is that build working as a tender or is a bug? Actually, it's not. It's the first season that Rogue has had like a really, really good build that isn't bugged. First time ever. Every Rogue build that has ended up being good or valid or viable or however you wanna name it or whatever has always been based around a couple of bugs for it to actually make it work that way. Death Trap is just good because it's just good. Everything is working as it's supposed to, which is like never happens. And it's funny because like when you look at the strongest build last season, it was Bloodwave and it was functioning the way it was supposed to. Like there was no bugs behind it. So this is twice, Blizzard has managed to make the strongest builds not be based off of bugs. Which means that they're capable of doing it. They're capable of making strong builds that aren't bugged or, things functioning without like bugs behind it. Let's see if they can actually do that in the, a more balanced sense, right? Rogue not using rogue tactics. You saw maybe that machine is out of you thought maybe that Moody is a machine is out of this world. Yeah, he's not human. Dude's legit not human. Nobody has transcended. This guy. He's beyond Super Saiyan Blue. What pick can I run with this build? I mean, I don't know. I haven't pushed or anything, and I don't plan on it anytime soon. But I speed farm, quote unquote speed farm, 75s at the moment. Like that's my like speed farm pitch here at the moment, which honestly isn't bad considering considering my gear. I think 75 is actually like decent. Like when I compare it to like what some of the other classes are doing, 75 is actually not bad at all for speed farming. for the ancestral variant of Rain of Arrows. Wait. Yeah, my character's like, okay, I'm feeling like a lot of lag right now. Lexi, are you there still? Are you around lurking? You're on EU server? Well, I've been on EU servers for a lot of my time because when I was leveling with Chronix and Mippy and them, like everyone else was in EU servers. And Ava, like they were all EU, right? So I was kind of forced to play EU ping, which is really rough trying to stutter step and, you know, do combo point random rails, I guess. Like a better words. Yep, lurking and chilling, yeah. So me and the wife were thinking about like coming to visit in that area. At some point, like take a vacation, like in your area. We'll have to kind of let you know, you and your wife know. So we, there's some like kind of planned, for sure. Hey gamer. Really? Okay, I'll relay that to the missus. I really want to use the Averus power so bad. For no other reason other than it just looks cool. Literally, that's it. Pen, give me 1 second after this run. He said yes. Tess would love to hear from Kay. All right, we'll do. Yeah, we've been talking about it for like quite a bit in terms of like vacationing spots and stuff like that, or when we take our next vacation. So that has came up several times. Using Averus because I don't have a better option. It doesn't work okay though. Well, I mean, realistically speaking, I mean the boss powers for most builds are just cosmetic visuals. Beast in the Ice is not even for the damage portion. It's just to kind of give a freeze faster, a chill freeze faster, and also better for staggering the boss. So it's for utility more so than anything else. I just like the way that the Aver's little explosions kind of look. Like especially when I play Heartseeker, considering that like don't have that much AoE in Heartseeker, just watching the explosion damage hit other stuff. I don't know. It just looks cool. It's my favorite boss power to play with, regardless of its efficient usage, I guess. But all right, I'm ready. We got a boss mass here. I got a lot of these. Retemper and stuff. Okay, no problem. Okay, I'm like lagging again. Yeah, like it's like hard to cast anything. If traveling to the US wasn't a bit of a touchy topic at the moment, that is fair. That is totally fair. Oh wait, did we? Yeah, what's that yellow thing underneath me? What was that? I don't know why I don't just like click leave dungeon instead of just like TPing. I think I TP'd every time and then had to run back to the same area. I don't know why I keep forgetting to do that. I'm so bad. Okay. How many of these do you have? Jeez. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining at all by any means, but what's mandatory for the build? Did I send you a link to it or no? I think I might have a link already. There you go. Mostly, well, at this point, it's mostly the two left. Okay. Scout Hunter, Word of Hercon, Tabot's Will, and the Harbinger boss power as a sub power. You can go a different way and go back to Beastfall, Barrage, 1-to-1 sort of thing. But like last season. But to do what I'm specifically doing, those are the four things you need. Lost in the new season? I think it's okay. I don't really care about the boss powers, to be honest. Some of the quality of life stuff is actually pretty good. The new boss ladder, I think, is mostly successful. The new difficulty ramp up is also a good change in my opinion. However, the lack of meaningful meta changes to builds, to a lot of builds in the game. Untouched content such as Inferno Horrors, Nightmare Dungeons, etc. Masterworking still being in the same spot as it is with no improvements. Stuff that I guess we consistently kind of complain about still needs, to be looked at. Pit as well. So there's some good things, but the seasonal powers, I honestly think they should probably take a break from like powers or borrow powers. Honestly, I'm not saying they need to do like completely environmental mechanics per se, but the borrow powers are getting a bit old. Like recycle them, once every now and then or whatever, but back to to kind of back to back to back. Like we had borrow powers like season 2, season 3, but with a different concept. Season 7 and now season 8. I'm sure they can, you know, come up with different ideas. That would be kind of cool. I don't know. I like the concept of variety of new powers. They can go a bit wider though, with it, in my opinion, than just percent damage. Okay. I think the idea of like obtaining the powers, and then having to use some sort of special currency to rank up the powers. I feel like that concept is very like it like, I'll put it this way. Looking at the roadmap, it's almost like we expect the same thing to happen next season. We'll get some sort of powers. We'll get some currency to upgrade the power. After we go get the power, and then a lot of the powers are not gonna, or people aren't gonna use. Most powers that people are gonna use are gonna be like little buffs, like 10%, 20% multiplicative buffs across the board, and then we kind of rinse and repeat. So maybe I'm not so against the powers themselves, but maybe so how the powers are introduced and how we actually level them up or rank them up or whatever. I feel like there definitely needs to be a shake-up. Because right now, I kind of feel like season 8 is just a worse season 7 in terms of like the powers. I don't know. Maybe that's me. Like I would say the seasons that I enjoyed the most were not seasons that had boss power or borrow powers. There were more so content or updates to the game. Like for instance, season 4 was really good because there was a big update to the actual game. Right? Like the actual game got some like really big reworks to it, right? And I enjoyed season 5 because we got a whole entirely new mode that was actually really fun to play, with some more game changer uniques that actually changed up how builds perform, right? Those are my 2 favorite seasons so far. I like getting my freeze in the new way for the season. In terms of the variety of build making, sure, but like wouldn't you want a little bit more though? Like just a little bit more than that? Like, can you imagine being, like going, having a 3-month season and like that's the thing that you're the most excited for, is being able to still freeze, but freeze with a different what do you call it? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, wouldn't you want just a little bit more, just like a little bit more than that? But I guess my thought is like, so how about this? So you look at like season 5, for example, right? I'll give you like, wouldn't you rather have like uniques or more uniques, I guess you could say, that would be more build defining, or even reworks of uniques that would be more build defining that they could spend more time on versus spending time on powers that may or may not change the way you play a build? Because then you can theory craft with the unique or something like that that's permanent in the game rather than a power that you won't be able to theory craft around anymore. Like if I had to make a preference, if I had a preference of either adding or revising uniques or spending more times, you know, with the itemization and then some sort of new content for us to chew on, or the boss powers we have right now, I would totally choose the former, in my opinion. At least for now. You know, you want 0 seasonal stuff and only permanent changes. So that I can agree with for sure. I can agree with that. Where does the bow and amulet drop? The bow is Vershawn, the amulet is Gregory. As a loot enthusiast, I also miss Wish Tide. The game doesn't feel the same. This feels like a good reason for a mid-season patch, but I know they said they weren't going to do any more of those. So, hear me out. This might be going a little down the rabbit hole with this, with my comment. I do feel like having more teams work on multiple things coming in the future in this game ends up hurting the game more than it helps. Because I feel like a big part of the reason why we don't get more like updates during the actual season when there's no leaderboards, obviously, and it's a perfect time to do more things during the season, test some things or try take more risk or whatever, is because there's stuff down the pipeline with specific changes that we're going to get, but it's probably like 6 months down the road. So like things that we complain about, they might have already solved, but it's in the pipeline 2 seasons from now because they're working on things so far in advance that like the question for them becomes, do we bring those changes to this season even though they were scheduled to be released that season or the season after that, or maybe even as far as the expansion? Like there's a lot of things I complain about in terms of like the rogue class design being a hybrid and stuff, but maybe that's solved in the expansion. So we may not see anything until then. But it sucks in the sense because it's like, sure, they might be working on those things so far out, but it's like we don't really get to see the fixes or the, you know, how they come to solve those problems that we have until then. Versus, oh man, this is bad right now. You know, let's take a week of some change or whatever, or 2 weeks like that, and like, you know, let's prioritize this and see what we can do for it in the current versus months out, like months and months away. You know what I mean? And like that, to me, like just feels bad. Especially when it comes to like class balance or skill balance, stuff like that. Because I'm sure Pinshot and Barrage are going to be great again at some point towards the end of the year. You know, they know that it's not performing well. Like they have to know. Like they're not. The devs aren't dumb. They may not be able to sit there and do everything that they want to, right? Because, you know, management and higher ups, stuff like that, and of course timeline and stuff. But they know stuff that, you know, is underperforming or isn't doing certain things. But the thing is that there's probably a timeline in which those things are implemented, and it's like further down. Like for instance, Shadow Clone is a good example of that. Like how long has it been bad for? A long time. How long has that probably been in the works? For some time. But it was probably scheduled to be released last season, like the last season or whatever like that. But they knew that it was terrible all this time. Right? We just kind of got the fixes quite late. Do you know how Spiritborn is feeling this season? Not really. Not really. I heard some things aren't working the way that they should. Same thing on Negra. But I I've been so focused on doing what I'm doing now in terms of content. We'll do some pit. SB is fun, lots of bugs. It's usually though not Esther by any means. This is a 75. Yeah. I still need to level my glyphs. Did it take out the screws that let us temper more? No, it's still there. You get them. They normally drop in like in front of hordes. In front of hordes is a good spot to get them. I didn't get the second wave. See, I didn't get the second wave there either. I had to backtrack. I can't wait until I know for sure I have 2 waves each time. Yeah. Okay, where am I at? What bit am I running now? Random arrows. Same as the past couple of days. Is Heartseeker performing better than Dance of Knives? No. Well, you mean for like leveling or end game? Because that's 2 totally different things. For leveling, nothing beats Dance of Knives. For end game, Heartseeker is a little stronger than Dance of Knives. Still using Tyrios? Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna find a shroud anytime soon. So this Tyrios that drop is gonna be something I'm probably gonna be wearing for a bit. Also, brand new to the Maxroll website or whatever. It's my Shank Rogue build, which is Invigorating Strike Rogue. So if you like Heartseeker, but you want to play a more melee-ish type thing where you walk up and stab stuff, I highly suggest you check out Invigorating Strike. is literally pretty much on the same level as Heartseeker. I would almost argue is slightly stronger than Heartseeker. But it has almost all the same gear, with the exception of like some tempers and a couple of stat changes. You said you liked the Bilal fight? It kind of gave me like nostalgia from like D3, seeing it for the first time, like back in PTR. It was kind of cool. Is Rogue my main? Yes. In fact, my D4 client only came with one class. So I don't know how you guys got multiple classes on your D4 client. But if you do, you're obviously paying to win. Well, it was empty for like a little bit. I had to backtrack a lot right now. So I can say level 60 does that mean I switch to Invigorating Strike or Heartseeker? Well, I mean, you have to... I would look at the guide first to see what the requirements are of the guide, and then use whatever build you were leveling with to continue to farm for the pieces you need for the next build you want to play. Like, you can't just go ahead and like switch the skills and stuff without the pieces and gear that you need. Pay to lose streamer client, new tech. This is pretty fun though. I'm actually enjoying this particular version of Reign of Arrows. It's a little less convoluted, but I still gotta push buttons.
I'm with you, friend.
Messed that up. I could use a class I haven't played in a while. You guys farm for... How do you guys farm for legendary runes? Bosses. I don't even know if the rune tribute is worth for like the better runes or whatever. I don't think so, but I don't remember. Having a hell of a time with the boss, the masterworker materials. Oh, those are actually pretty easy. Just do nightmare dungeons or Inferno hordes. You get a lot of them from them, and also the seasonal journey. Do the seasonal journey stuff, because then you get cash and stuff. That actually gives you quite a bit of masterworker materials for doing them for the first time. Just don't be trying to like masterwork to full 12 at the start. Like don't be trying to get like level 12 every piece of slot of gear at the start. Like do 4 or 4 or whatever across or whatever, and then go back and do 8 or to 8 on like your important pieces, and then eventually get to 12 when you have like better pieces and stuff. So don't go all ham on bad pieces. The runes tribute works, but it's so volatile and so boring. Like, you mean you can get like legendary runes from that? You mean? Made a couple of billion so far though. This has been a pretty bad run. I find your build on Maxroll. Can you please say what's strongest, Barrage or Pinshot? Barrage is better than Pinshot. However, I think Pinshot's actually kind of fun this season. There's a new Eagle Horn tech, quote unquote, that is quite interesting. It's really a bug that we thought they fixed, but they did not fix for last season, and it was not fixed on PTR, so for open world content and speed farming and stuff like that, it's actually quite fun. But it requires Eagle Horn. So I actually have that version on the Maxroll website. So when I actually do get down to playing Pinshot, I'm gonna actually do it, and it's gonna be kind of cool with Shadow Clone to watch what happens. It's gonna be after I play some of the other builds though. Yeah, man, you're welcome. But yeah, I would say Barrage is a little stronger. What's the infinite damage rogue build people were found? Well, they basically stopped it. So like Blizzard basically like disabled it, so you can't even do it. Hey. Which I'm glad they did. Like the fact that they stopped it this fast is actually pretty impressive. Pro is a quite fun and nice way to farm. Con it requires Eagle. Nah, but that's cool because like when I wrote it and put it together, Ava actually decided he has some gear for it. We decided to test it in Eternal, and he was actually having a blast with it. So the fact that I got Ava's seal of approval to make something a little different and focus more so on the fun factor was actually kind of cool. Can I explain? Just big curious. So it had to do with an item that wasn't supposed to drop that somehow was dropping in the game. So I mean, that's pretty much it. You can't even like replicate it right now, so. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't know all the inner workings of it, but yeah, it's just the new gloves basically allowed you to be able to extend your damage much higher than you should have with no like limit. It's kind of funny though, because it's like we never saw those gloves before, and then like they were dropping, and it's like, what in the world are these gloves? And it had ranks to Flurry. It was like a buff to Flurry actually, which is kind of crazy. Because They're like flurry gloves, kind of. Which is sad that it didn't see the the light of day. Pot stir. This is not to actually increase the difficulty. They did. But it might not look like it if you're watching some streams because, usually content creators are going to be playing meta builds or the stronger builds or whatever. And some of the stronger builds are going to absolutely like demolish content anyway. So. But yeah, they did. They did up the difficulty. The fact that I had to shoot like 3 or 4 whenever I was in that area is not ideal. It's not, I don't have the damage per se. I just don't know how many ways I'm gonna get. So I have to like stick around, which takes time. It eats up time. I forgot to salvage. You can also get nothing. You get a bunch of useless runes and you waste 5 minutes of your life. Okay, I got you. Fair. Hold on to that. It's like everything else is trash.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I need to bring up my inventory at some point. Oh, let me change the aspect. I'm not sold on any like boot aspect. Generally speaking, I thought I was gonna be doing bruise, nebulous bruise the entire time, but given that I dash so much, I don't technically walk the 20 meters, and so it rarely ever pops up for me. So I'm like, let me just do something else different. But I just don't know what now. So I was doing shared misery for a little bit for funsies. I guess there's quickening fog. I wonder if I don't think I'm capped in movement speed. Maybe I'll take a movement speed one. Actually, you know what? Screw that. Let's do quickening. 'Cause I do dash a lot. Maybe if I get good enough with it, I can probably suck a 2-smoke grenade for the poison trap and gain 20%. Do I have a scoundrel's leather you can buy by chance? I mean, if I had a couple, I would just give them away. But I don't know how many I kept. I'll check. You think Renevilles will outscale Death Trap? No. No chance. Renevilles can't really like overpower like that. So no. And you need Woodhill Con for Renevilles to even be like remotely functional. So that means no balance, no banished talisman. So no. I do think it's in a good spot though. I just wish they do a little bit more with it mechanically to make it more intuitive. Right now, I'm having to use a boss power to kind of make it more intuitive. So I would like for them to be able to do something like this without needing the boss power. Really? Bro, where's he running to? Which power? Harbinger. As a sub boss power. Oh man, really? I went all the way up there. Oh man. Wasn't overpower room buff? Is that now a viable way to make Reign of Arrow overpower? No, it's not. It's not about making Reign of Arrow over, like, you know, getting overpower to happen. It's more so about being able to scale overpower itself. Right? The overpower builds are not overpower builds because you threw on a rune to make them overpowered. They're overpower builds because there's a lot of stuff that is taken into account. Doombringer, Shaco, Venuslor's Talisman, Beastfall Boots, you know, those kind of things. Like, all of those are, like, you know, important things for why, you know, Death Trap scales as you know, the way it does for overpower. So it's not a matter of changing your damage numbers from yellow to orange, if that makes sense. But yeah, the fact that you need Word of Hakan basically kills any realistic chances of you doing an overpowered random rails. Like in a way that, like, is going to be, like, better. You can still use all those items without bandage. Yeah, but then you'll just do less damage than just having the water. Then you'll just do less damage in that case. If there was a way to do it to where we do more damage, we totally would have went that route. Yeah, those. Quickening wasn't really that bad, actually. Because I put it to you this way. Without the Word of Hakan, you're really not going to be able to reset your cooldown enough to even cast Rain of Rails enough. For one. Then you're missing a really big multi. I guess you're saying doing it without Baron Store Salesman. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You do any boss carries? Not yet. I guess I can now. I wasn't strong enough, like early yesterday to carry bosses. I might do a Rhoda at some point. Right now, I'm just kind of focused on trying to get the things I need for my character, get my glyphs up. What's up? Running a rapid fire, building, you loving it? Oh, okay, cool. How's it performing? By chance, I got to get around to playing that at some point. It'll be after I do Heartseeker, but yeah. Farming Legos, be sure to follow. Kind of winky wonky, to be honest. I'm at pit 50-ish at the moment. That's actually not bad. Considering the new scaling, that is. Death Trap insane. It is. At what item or what level or item power do you think is worth to start tempering? Honestly, right away. Like if you're leveling too, like especially, you usually end up with like more mass than you need. So, tempering. So temper whenever you can. Cherry Yum was up. Hope I'm having a lovely day. And Slane, doing what I can. Just slowly but surely getting a little stronger. Like 6% more cooldown. You think you can do perma DT? Nice. What's I get ready to do? Oh yeah. Let me see what oh, they're not on? Hold on a sec. Okay, looks like Boiler's pushing a little bit. I'll leave him be. We'll continue to scale up glyphs. Speaking of which, does anyone know when Aver spawns? Like, have like a whatchamacallit open? Or did Averus already spawn and I missed it? Am I got a timer up? It was a Shava last time. Okay, you see boss in 2.5 hours. Do you know which one?
Anything could be lucky.
Is it Averus in 2.5 hours? A Shaman 2.5. Because they have to for world content is dead. Every single person held tower at a new event. I doubt there's a lot of people actually like NT4 yet. I mean, if you hang around Twitch or whatever, you'll see a lot of people. Almost everybody who's streaming on Twitch is probably like T3, T4 at the moment. But like in terms of like the actual game, like the people who don't dwell in that, probably nowhere near yet. Trying to kill Wonder in Death, but doesn't spawn when you're playing. Yeah, Avarice tends to not spawn whenever I play either. It's actually my favorite boss power, and I can't get it. Screamheart, what's up, man? How you been? Is Death Trap still bugged? They removed the gloves that were doing the thing. The gloves that weren't supposed to drop. So, other than that, Death Trap is fine. Appreciate the sub, Mr. Pimp. What gloves? I forgot the name of them, but they were gloves. I guess they were testing out, but never. They decided not to release the gloves in the PTR, and they somehow end up dropping in the game. It's actually a Flurry glove, technically, and it had a pretty cool power too, actually. But it somehow ended up scaling Death Trap to basically infinite damage. So they, yeah. It's going well, just chilling. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, I thought he died. So they're just like running around. E4 and your Spiritborn evade. How's that going? Oh, okay. So you just started with your Spiritborn? All those fails. Appreciate the follow. Hope we make the Sunbird amulet work. But realistically, Evade might be better at it. Best of luck to you, sir. Appreciate your work. Thanks, man. Appreciate the follows. Appreciate the follows. You thought you was grinding? You're not even 100 Paragon yet? I'm actually a little bit, I won't say behind per se, but I could have been a bit further in. I was touching too much grass in between the past couple of days. Yeah. Lurks, appreciate the follow. Okay. Convinced I'm gonna have to take it up a little higher. Is your beast fall the best version? Honestly, I think the original version is the better version to play. To be honest, there's more multipliers in this version, and it's only 3-to-1 ratio versus 6-to-1. That it was last season. Also, too, the Beastfall Barrage thing. You have your precision stacks up 50% of the time. That's if you don't invert your rotation. So likelihood for the majority of people playing is probably going to have a 30-35% chance of proccing precision. And that's probably on the higher end. So I do think for most content, like everything you're doing, speed farming, etc., the regular version is the way to go. For pit pushing, not quite sure. They're probably very, very close. But then again, like I said, that has to do with whether or not you don't invert your rotation on Beastfall Barrage variant. I really need to see if I can actually use Starless Skies with this. I would prefer to, but I don't know if I can. 'Cause I don't know if they fixed the resource thing from the PTR. Seen some pretty decent crits though. 50, 60 bill. Sometimes 70 per tick of a wave. You would like that they make the in-game content harder? Yeah. Personally, I do, yeah. Your random arrows didn't recharge resource. Did you have a Scout Hunter? Well, I mean, okay. I guess since you played it in the last season, you had a Scout Hunter. So your resources, random arrows didn't recharge resource. No, it should. You see it on the screen happening. But make sure that you have points into Aftermath as well, especially if you don't have like all the requirements. I'll put it to you this way, like if you don't, I actually made some changes to the guide like yesterday. If you don't have a GA on your Rain of Arrows cooldown, it becomes a bit harder to kind of like manage and play. Like on the rings, you have to run cooldown reduction on both. ultimate cooldown, temper ultimate cooldown reduction. And then if you don't have 150 energy from the to boss will pants, and then also the elixir, you also kind of run into some things too as well. But in terms of getting your energy back, it really should just happen with Sky Hunter and Precision. So make sure you have the right key passive. So key passive here, Precision, Sky Hunter, and like that by itself should give you the your energy back. But then before you get the GA on the Waterhook Con, you do have to put points into Aftermath because that also restores energy too as well. Does it have to be under 10 seconds in city or in dungeon is fine. I mean, it's going to be about 10 seconds regardless. The only way to get it under 10 seconds is with the Vex rune, which gives you +3 to all skills. So that includes your Rain of Arrows. So it brings it down to 9 seconds roughly. But yeah. I question that. Whenever I get one of those new marks, I can use to buy stuff in the new battle pass. There's a pop-up on the down left corner, but when I press R, which is part of my rotation, the whole site pops up and covers your screen. So people have been complaining about that. Like everybody's been complaining about that. They're gonna implement a fix tube for you to be able to remap that key. So it's not you. You're not doing anything wrong. It's literally them. So yeah, you're not doing anything wrong. They're gonna fix. Dang, I fell 525%. I can't tell if I enjoyed the end game being hard or not. To say yesterday, I'm lazy because I'm smashing through things. Well, I guess the thing is that like it. The thing about things being harder is if you don't want to do something as hard, you can always drop down a tier. So you can always go to tier 3 if you want to like smash easier, which I think is a good compromise in a sense. But if the hardest content is like really easy, then you have no other things to really challenge. You know what I'm saying? So like it makes the other tournaments more valuable in a sense. Like there's been people, I know like some hardcore players right now who play hardcore who like they stayed in tier 3 for a while because the bosses are very punishing in tier 4 and they didn't want to lose their character, so they actually end up like staying like staying at T3 for a bit. What about the room for 3 seconds of the ultimate cooldown? Yeah, you can use that too as well. Like that helps, but getting a Vex rune is not easy. So I'm Paragon 150 and pretty much just Dance of Knives. I got other pieces to do, Death Trap or Rain of Arrows. Not sure which one to do yet. So like the flavor of the month is definitely Death Trap because it got a couple, it's got some new toys, and it's Rogue's strongest build at the moment. So I would say almost everyone will probably tell you Death Trap, including myself. If you do not like the playstyle of Death Trap or anything, Rain of Arrows is a great alternative for a strong build. It's not as strong as Death Trap by any means, but like what you're watching on the screen right now is Rain of Arrows. So it does the thing. It does what it needs to do. But yeah, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, it's really up to you. But both options will be significantly stronger than Dance of Knives, for sure, and at the end game. I'm a weird person. You're a Souls player. Okay. I guess that's fair though, because if you really want something challenging, you play a different game, and then if you don't want challenge, you don't want much challenge at all, you play a hack and slash, right? Or an easier hack and slash. I get what you're saying. Like for instance, like at D4, like I don't really too much care about like pit pushing or whatever like that. But like if I want more satisfying challenge, I play something else like Monster Hunter Wilds or something like that, where like the combat where gear can't carry you. Right. Now, granted, obviously, once you learn the game really well, it can feel easy, but it will still be considerably more challenged than anything that D4 can offer me. Or I'll play a fighting game, you know. Have I fought Raid Out? Or you mean Arch Temper Raid Out? No, not yet, because that came out the same day that this came out in the season. So I haven't had time to fight or do anything Monster Hunter related, unfortunately. But I really do want to fight Arch Temper Raid Out, because Raid Out is actually my favorite boss, my favorite monster in the game in general. Oh yeah, I enjoy the Monster Hunter streams. Yeah, it's fun. It was fun. I love my great sword. Yeah. That was weird. That's also weird. They're pretty awful run. God, I feel 470% chance. Jeez. That is hella unlucky. Whenever it's so glyph for solo and Dorio, the mechanic and stuff like that. Yeah, true. Yeah, would he talk to something yesterday? Can this build do pit 85? Yeah. I mean, it can do 100. 100 plus. Obviously with better gear and more time and max glyphs and you know, like more spec'd out or whatever, but yeah. I'm just only doing 75s right now because there's really no reason to go any higher. I'm just like leveling glyphs. Once it glyphs at a certain level, then I bump it to 80. Once it glyphs at a certain level, I bump it to 85 and keep going. Leveling this episode on training level. That's actually kind of cool. I didn't know that either. I don't play Barb, so I wouldn't have known that. That's crazy. Die as a closet Barb main. Yeah, Rogue's eating good this season. I mean, it's kind of hard to say. Like, I don't know where the other builds kind of line up, other than like Random Bills and Death Trap, right? But I do want to say that like when people saying that this class is good or Barbs are great or Necros or whatever, usually is one build that's like good or like, you know, really high in the tier list, and then the other builds are kind of meh. So as a class, that may not be an accurate statement, but you can say that build is eating good, right? But the class itself may not be. Like obviously Death Trap is extremely strong and it's probably the best build in the game, right? Reneros holds its own outside of the outlier, obviously. Like it's still considered a good build. I don't know where the others stand, right? So I can't really say that the others are in a category where I could say, oh yeah, these are in a good place overall. But yeah, I would say like a class is eating good if they have like 3 or 4 good builds per se. Like good performing builds. But if it's just one build, then the class is not eating good. It's just that one skill. Like, I'm gonna pick on Mippy for a second. I love when Mippy says rogues are back on the menu. Like back in the day, like not like in the recent, but like back in the day. And my thought is like that menu must be real slim, as in like that menu is only selling one item. It might be on the menu, but it only has one item on it. God, this map is horrible. Paid Spiritborn because I heard AV will be back on the menu, but I can barely do T4 at pit 90, 190. Yeah, I think we had a more accurate. I think Maxroll had a more accurate assessment of how Spiritborn was going to perform. We totally didn't think it was going to be like S++ tier, or some of the builds going to be SS or S++ or whatever, or S+. God, this map is ass though. Holy, I can't do anything. Also, my elixir ran out, so that's also bad. I guess I'm full on the ovals. Hold on to that. I would attempt to do some like victimized stuff just in case, you know, we missed something or some unknown mechanic somehow like made it in patch notes that was changed but not mentioned. We never know with Blizz. So at some point I'll put together something with victimized, but
What's left, you ask?
rings.
Hello, shiny. Too bad, friend. Yeah, have a wee gander. My hammer sings on your return. Hello. Not a bad toe. Hello, shining beauty.
Oh nice, I got crit damage. Or G crit damage. I'm gonna lose the attack speed if I did that. If I change that one up. I could change this one out. I may have to wait though. I wait till I can get another ring I can do the same thing with. I don't know. I'm cruising with T4 Noxious Reginus. Spearborn is actually legit. Okay. I guess the idea of what I was saying is that like the power I guess some thought was going to, or how strong it was going to be, ended up not being like as strong. I'll put it that way. There was like estimates that it was going to be like the strongest thing like by far, and it ended up not being that way. The case. I think we had it. I think we were a little more cautious with it. Simply just because we don't know what the scaling is. The new scaling of boss powers is going to be, in a sense. So it was like, best build for in season 8 for T4 bossing. I mean, anything that can one-shot phases. So there are a lot of builds that can, I don't say a lot of builds, but there are quite a few builds that can do that. What class? Any? Prefer rogue? Okay. Death trap. So 80s is a little rough for the, like in terms of speed farming territory. Character's not strong enough yet to make this efficient for speed farming. Gotta cast many rain of arrows per pack. Although I still one-shot trash though. Why are there three purple mobs? What? You're welcome. Although this isn't as slow as I thought it was gonna go for 80s, but I gotta level these glyphs still, so. That's actually good damage on the boss. Holy. That's like really good for on the boss. Okay. I never cared much for picking the strongest builds. You pick whatever build can do T4 fast. But if feels so weak, crazy seeing people blast T80s like this. I mean, I won't say. I mean, I won't say everyone's doing that. Like, there's a couple of builds that are doing that, but like, it's not like a, you know, common. But yeah, I get what you're saying though, MJ. Appreciate the follow. Really hate Mother's Judgment. There we go. Can't believe I'm like failing at several like 70s. Why? I did get lucky with Max Apogee for the should sell for enough for my mass worker materials for the rest of the season. Probably. I probably should keep things like to sell and stuff. I don't know why I don't. I generally don't. I typically just kind of like give stuff away. Like I'll hold on to items that I think people like would actually want, but then I just kind of just give it away. I should have followed him. No, he's still alive. Seriously? Oh, this is a bad interaction. Another There we go. Where's the... Well, I guess it is nights. I guess I'm not expecting the one floor clear. But now I gotta figure out where the exit is. Gotta be to the left. Yeah. Weird. It's a pretty horrible run though. Okay, I can start leveling the other stuff. Oh, Beast Nice as a Whisper. We'll go ahead and do that. It's been a while since I fought Beast. I must have been a while. I fought Beast Nice day one. I didn't find him yesterday, so let's see the kind of progress I made since since then. Cool. All terrible fist of fates. I forgot you can just kill the boss and not like use boss mats if you don't really want to use your boss mats for gear, but you just want the Whisper. That's actually really convenient.
It is done.
Simrune.
Come back if you need the forge.
What else we got for? Oh man, those are cleared out. And people actually cleared out the Whispers in the PvP area. Like clean. That is interesting. Okay. I really don't want to do the incursion right here. Although I guess there's a Whisper, so why not? Domino's, what's up? Appreciate the follow. Yeah, I didn't get the whisper for that. I thought that was a whisper. Yeah, that's historically what's been your most favorite rogue before rogue build. I'd probably have to say Heartseeker. Like a close toss up between Heartseeker and Rapid Fire, old school Rapid Fire before the ring. It feels weird to like kind of be farming in this area. Like you're never really in this area. Like the incursions are like in spots that you normally would never be in the open world. And if that's true, it's actually kind of neat. I gotta go all the way around and go back down. Okay, so I did get the whisper there. Scourgeon's here. Yo, what's this side quest? Might as well check it out since it's like right there.
Thank you for bringing this to me.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll also take that. Rewards. I can't. Hello, am I using Shroud of Arathio? No, I'm not. Not this time, or not this season for Rain of Arrows. No, there's no need to do that. Well, this actually drops quite a few GAs actually. I'm actually surprised. Is this always like this for the mystery cache or whatever? Oh yeah, it has the thing on it. Huh. Repeated reward. Does it go up in XP though each time? I forgot to check actually. Appreciate the follow. You know what we can do? Let's go ahead and kill Lilith. We still can't TP to the capstone thing. Guess I gotta walk all the way around. Wish you a bill, wish me luck. Yeah, man. Hopefully you got most of the pieces though. Just things to be aware of. 150 cooldown. Not 150 the cooldown, so 150 energy to boss will and the elixir. So the elixir gives you 25. So to boss will needs to we need to also give you 25 to get the appropriate amount of cooldown. And then of course GA on the amulet. If you can't do GA on the amulet, ultimate cooldown on rings. Are you in T4 chosen? Oh, okay, but then yeah, you can't. Then I'll have to drop down. I guess I could do it in a T3 too as well. It really is just a spark. Actually, I mean, you can do it in a T1, right? Yeah, you can still get the spark of T1 from Lilith. I think. It's a long walk. It's been like a while since I fought her. I gotta remember the mechanics. Oh, whoops. I forgot. I legit forget forget the mechanics. I think it's been a couple of seasons since I actually fought her. That's right. At least he's not like. It seems like he's not like a complete pushover. At least not at this at my gearing stage right now. But that's good. Oh, whoops. Ouch. You go again. She has more phases. Okay. So yeah, so okay, so this fight's gonna feel a little new to me. Or newer to me then. Okay. Okay, so that I don't know what hit me. Did the back of the wing hit me? That was weird. Yeah, so like those things actually hurt now. That's interesting. Normally you can just kind of just take it. Don't tell me she's in there effing it like bugged out. Oh no, she's back in. Okay. I was like, you want a challenge? You got one shot nightmare. Oh no, I'm totally fine with this. I was complaining that she was way that they nerfed her too hard. Oof. All right, so those actually hurt. The ways of coming in to hurt. I actually might want to do Let's see. What small changes can I make real quick? Let's do Dark Shroud instead of. I want to say instead of concealment, but I don't know if I can be able to get the vulnerable. Maybe I can, or so I still have cold and vehement. I don't know, but my lucky chance is really low. I guess my basic attack does make things vulnerable if I'm close up, so yeah, I guess we're good. Wait, why can't I? Cast my random arrows. Weird. Whoops. They actually ate through my Dark Shroud too. That's nutty. Why my cooldown? What? Yo, why? I might have to go back to concealment. I can't even cast. I legit can't cast. I wonder if I'm not getting my energy up enough because I chose to drop aftermath. All right, so I might have to just chill with that then. I got stutter step there. Let's do debilitating toxins. How about that? Appreciate the follow. I was like going for like 4 or 5 seconds without being able to cast arena rails, which is weird. Oof. Out the outer part of that wing. Oh no. I should have went the other way. Rose TV, what's going on? Man, I'm doing alright. You ain't lying about the amount of Baltimore phases going up. Yep. How's the ground going? Not bad. Not bad. Doing alright. Haven't found anything cool today or anything yet, but wait, what part? What was that? What was that that hit me? That I didn't see. Whatever that was. It was like from behind. Ugh. I'm not used to that, like actually doing as much damage as it does now. To actually have to dodge it. kind of neat. If I'm better, you said GA, yeah, GA on cooldown. If you don't, then you need to roll ultimate. If you don't have that, you need to roll ultimate cooldown on both rings. But she's serious about these waves, though. Oh, did I bug her out? Because this is the 4th wave already. Fifth wave. Yeah, it looks like she's bugged out. It's gonna be a 6th wave. Oh no, she just does 6? Or how does this work? Weird. That's a lot of waves back to back. Whoops. For the arrow build? You mean ran of arrows? Yeah. The answer is I don't know. It sounds weird for me to say that, but the reason why I say that is because on PTR there was a bug with how it interacted with Harbinger sub power, and that it would reduce the cost of how much energy I was spending with the boss power, which was not really, I don't think it was intended. So because of that, you don't want to use Starless Skies, but I want to test it again. On live. So whenever I do get a Starless Skies, I want to make sure, I want to see if it actually, like, they actually fixed it or not. If not, then don't use Starless. If they did fix it, then yes. Yeah, but I hope to get a Starless in, well, I don't know how long from now, but as soon as possible. You got one right now? Okay. See if you can still do 3-to-1 with Starless, though, and the Harbinger power. Given everything else is the same. Run. I'm out of potions too. Whoa, what hit me? Was it a shadow yet? Like right there or nah? Interesting. Actually, you know what? We can go back to Nebula's Bruise in the beginning. And I actually have to run. That's gonna have to give me some some potions back. So I will take it. That was a new patch. I haven't played it yet. It's okay. Some good, some bad. Oh, they didn't let me stagger her there. Oh, I thought I was on the outside of it. Oof. Oh, I did not see her teleport behind me. I was not looking. I'm actually surprised how much they actually changed her in this fight. Oh wow, that reached that far. All right, noted. You're good getting messed up? Yep. But it doesn't do anything to it until it's broken. So it's not broken right now. Ow. I probably should reset and get the light arena instead of the dark arena that I guess they haven't fixed the bug for. It'll be a little easier to see the attacks. What? At the edge of it? No. I dashed you. I dashed you far out of the arena. No, I thought it was an edge. That was totally I totally misread that. Yeah, this is actually this is actually interesting. I do want to keep it at T4 though. I heard that okay. I reacted too late. Oh, invulnerable. Oh man. So I stepped over the blister, that's what it was. Speaking of which, I can actually like help on that just a little bit. Was it rugged? Yeah. I guess in this case, I won't need that as much, so we'll do. Because that does crowd control me. Doesn't help against that though. Oh, what was that hit me in the middle? That was weird. I survived the wave somehow, but then something I didn't see hit me in the middle, and I do not know what it was. A Lego, probably. I probably did step on a Lego, not gonna lie. What's going on? Oh, well, that was a huge chunk just now. Just gotta get to that. Get through those vulnerability phases faster, I guess. Somehow. Okay. You're ready for? I know, right? I'm actually kind of enjoying this. I guess I wasn't expecting it. I was just get the quick spark and like, you know, going about my way. I wasn't expecting like newer invulnerability phases mechanics or whatever. And the wings actually hurt. Like everything she does actually hurts and not just the waves. It's a pleasant surprise. Ow. Okay, now what was that though? What hit me there? Cause I was like in the corner. I didn't see any projectiles. It's a little hard on T4, yeah. It's also it kind of catches you off guard because Lilith has been so like a pushover for so long that I was not expecting to kind of sit down and go like, huh, let me actually study this again. You have to kill her to get her power, yes. But you don't have to do it on T4 though. You can do it on T1. Alone? Oh, I don't know. That part I don't know. I usually do these by myself anyway, so I don't know if it works for you in the group. I can imagine doing like a 4-player group in T4 Lilith. I think that would be even worse. That wouldn't help. What's the best way to farm boss mats? Undercity. Your ass. Yeah, like that actually hurts now, so I have to actually like. No, she's vulnerable here. Boo. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. Now I gotta find out what hit me last time. I wonder if it was like a Lego that tripped me again. Damn Legos. Oh, I didn't see the first missile. I like legit just stood there. No. I gotta stagger her. Doing bosses T4 versus T3, big difference in drop chance. You mean like loot drop chance? Not really. I mean, probably a little bit. I don't think it's worth the difficulty jump unless you could just do T4 like easily. Otherwise, do T3. Yeah, that one. Is that one. I didn't see it. Did it come from her? Or did it come from like the side boil? Maybe I shouldn't stand that close. That's my problem. Usually I don't get hit by that. I'm surprised it's like it comes at me that quickly. I hit the A button too late. Ugh. Also should get the light arena. Let me reset. It's hard to see the first phase when it's like that dark. Okay, I think that ought to do it. Did I even get the waypoint? Yeah, I did. Okay. I was going to say. I think that should have reset. There we go. The light arena. Way easier to see. Okay, so if I move up and I stand up, I need to be in this corner so I can see the first, like over here, the edge, and then circle around so I have time to move around. Yeah, there's that first one. I was out of Oh, that's what killed me last time. It was a. Oh well. I don't think I ever got hit by a melee attack before in the second phase. I didn't know she could do that. Okay. Alright, good to know. Oh, whoops. That's bad. Season 2 study and little fade off. Yeah. Maybe I forgot to sign to a key. The instant kill Lilith button in T4 too. Yo, she turned around. I thought this was gonna be all right. I'm about to lure her away because if she's in the center, she does that. I'm gonna like be too far to the edge and I'm gonna get hit. A question for me about defense? What's up? It respawns in the DLC area. When? Oh, that was a bad dash. Between Tyrael and GA Dark Shroud chests, where the aspect bust. Dark Shroud, I forgot what it's called. Oh, that's a good question. That's probably really close. I'd probably still go with Tyrael's Might. But that's actually like really close, I'm sure. Like really close. Because of the you know, plus resistances too as well. If you can get the right GAs and the right stuff or whatever. The right GAs and the right master workings. 50 minutes, okay. I wonder if I can lure her to the yeah, that's that first hit. My rain didn't kill the boils, really? Holy. My tourism, my GA is movement speed as well, so don't feel bad. Vulnerable phase. Oh, why did I go to the middle for? That was bad. Like I knew better than that. I'll get this about like in the, like 15 more minutes. And then we'll come back to her later. Just because this is not efficient at all. And I got things to still get. But it's good to know that she's actually a challenge. We're doing it 15 minutes. Like farm for other like gear pieces I need. Or whatever that is. Bossing, I don't know, something. Glyph leveling. That almost killed me. We're trying a couple season journey using her power. I mean, I was just honestly, I was gonna just jump in for the spark because I didn't know they made changes to her, so I was just gonna get in and get the spark and then leave. And then I was pleasantly surprised she was actually kind of tough, and so here I am. Like I don't want to drop down the T3 or like that because this is actually a fun fight in T4. What a hurt. Whoa, wait. She went the other way. What? She's supposed to go top right. Why she go bottom? Why she go bottom? She's supposed to go top right. I don't think I ever seen bottom before. That's actually different. Yo, that wing span. I can't believe she actually went bottom on the second part of that. That was actually interesting. That was a much higher wave than that center wave. I'm not getting to the second phase consistently enough for me to practice the second phase more. Oh. That was not a good dash. They remove the stacks. I honestly don't know. Actually, what was the thing that killed me last time? Oh yeah, because she went bot on the second time. That's what killed me. Why did I keep attacking? I was trying to dash, but is she invulnerable? Like, while she's up there like that, I probably shouldn't even bother like attacking or getting like an extra thing. I thought I was past it. I should have just evaded instead of trying to walk. Wow, okay, so that actually killed me through my barrier. I wonder if I got hit by multiples of those and that's why. Usually that doesn't kill me. What's the change of mission about glyph leveling? It's easier to level while being a couple of levels under. Like it's not as stringent. Like I think it's like 25% if you try to level. I should have paid attention. If you try to level, what is it like? If you're like 5 under or something like that, it's still like under. It's like 25% chance you could still like level. It's actually just easier to level your glyphs. I'll put it that way. I don't remember the exact percentages again, but you just have better chances for sure. And also with the earn upgrade, you get like an additional chance. Yeah, you can get level 100 glyphs without clearing 100. Yes, I think you need like what 90. I think probably. For like decent chances, and then I think below that you still get like a 1% chance or something like that. So like it's never zero. Heartseeker good this season? It's decent. It's not like a top build for Rogue, but it's decent. So I'm telling you, there's a chance, yes. Quote and all. Alright, I gotta pay attention. Red on light death trap. Run of Rose is good. And Heartseeker is still a lot of fun. Heartseeker and the Vigorating Strike Rogue. Why did I not move the correct way? I didn't see her come down. Rainbow doesn't have a space for Dark Shroud. You kind of need the, or want the concealment. For the vulnerable and also the resource, getting the resource back quickly. But you have to boss will, which gives you damage reduction, so it's kind of like not bad. No, I was fighting this fight with Dark Shroud. It doesn't matter. It takes the same amount of hits, and I still died. Did the same things. So I guess take Dark Shroud off. Yeah, I was like, okay, it ain't gonna matter. It looks like. What that kid? What? What was that? That killed me? That was awkward. Yeah, I think I put my barrier up too, like just before that happened. Just for the pull in. I died before the pull. Huh. Be sure to follow. Oof. I even took like rugged and whatchamacallit too for those little poison things. React the defense. Oh, come on. I thought I dashed. You know, we'll do that and see if we can go above. Even further above. 84.7. Okay, now what was that? I just said 15 minutes, like 20 minutes ago, huh? Is Sky Hunter mass aspect? No, it's not. Okay, that's the first time I ever like stood outside the circle and died. Where's the GA on that Peachy? Is it on crit damage or marksman projectiles? Actually, what do you? It seems like you are you playing right now or? All right, a few more tries and then I'm gonna. Just had lunch. Oh, okay, I got you. That's the second time I did that. I guess I gotta focus. Okay, now that ain't no way she hit me that far. Look how far she look how far she was. That swing didn't hit me that far. That's crazy. She's got tentacles. Okay, that, yeah, I guess that was fine. That first double swing is actually like it's a lot harder to avoid than it looks because it depends on where she spawns. If she spawns and does it in the middle, it's like really hard to avoid. Yeah, because if I dash, I die. Like that. So I just gotta hope that she's far enough away where I can kind of like be at the edge somewhere. But if she swipes in the middle, I don't know if I can actually get around it. Okay, that was did that. Whew. The need for crit. I could deal with the projectiles. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take. I appreciate it. Oh, what? It wasn't done. Oof. Yeah, I can do that. Although if I leave the area, she's gonna. Oh, whoops. Hold on. All right, last try then. Let's go. All right. Patience. Okay, where are you gonna go? Oh, west now, okay. Switching it up. Oh wait, there's no whatchamacallit. The whatchamacallit, oh wait, what? Oh, what? Okay, that was a switch up. She went west and then top right. We'll get her later. It's a fun fight though. I'm like that she's not a pushover in T4. Yeah. But if Domino doesn't have any at all, like an ancestral at all, I think a 44% will work just fine. I'm sure. I love you for everything you do. Oh, okay. Do you have an ancestral one at all, Dominoes? Oh well, then yeah. So he says he has another one for 44%, but as 44% like the difference between like 44% and 60% is like you're looking at like what, I don't know, 8-9% damage if that. So yeah, double projectile is also kind of important too. Diary, what's going on? How much time did I spend on Lilith? I think it was like what, 45-50 minutes on Lilith. Trying to fight her. Probably should have waited. That's alright. I just didn't think she was gonna be like that. Appreciate you, Peachy. See. There's a previous one. It was like a 48% crit damage, I think it was. Ideally, I would want double crit on the crit damage, and projectiles would be like the dream. But that's hard. How many hearts do I have? Brush on hearts, 85. I wish I can exchange these like chests. Like into something else. I happen to be one GM. I mean, yeah, I mean, you pretty much got everything. At least the tempers and the masterworking. Was the beverage of choice? That looked like a blue fruit punch. No, that's it was green. It was something else, but it was green. So therefore, it was like chroma key. So it looked really weird on stream. What's the drop chance for like a mythic for like each boss or layered boss level or whatever? No, Durio's the highest, right? Not Durio, Belial's the highest. Got 2G, but you don't want to touch right now. Want 2% or something for each one, except for Belial, or is like or are the higher ones worth more? Or yeah, I give you. I don't know what I'm trying to say. What did I take points off of? Oh, that's right. Alchemical advantage. And then I did, was it haste I had there? For some reason. Trying to dance around might go my tried and true Barrage. I love your Barrage build stance. Still updating the Shank Rogue. It's on Maxroll. It's just called Invigorating Strike now. It's no more, I can't. I wasn't allowed to call it Shank Rogue on Maxroll. Appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. I'm making it Rain of Rose, Rory, because of you. Oh, cool. You like Rain of Rose? I got to do a video guide at some point. So I really should be like farming for more gear ish. Sell you a GA Renovaros for cooldown Hakan, please. What are they even worth right now? I don't know if I have any. I'm just saying, but what are they even worth right now? The terrible set of acronyms. I guess between 50 to 250 mil. I'll see if I have another one in my stash. I think I might have like kept a few. Yeah, it has to be GA cooldown for sure. At 80-second 80 CD on Amulet Bestab takes 9 seconds. How you get the cooldown? No, you can't get it down more than that. In fact, you can't get any of the ultimates down below like 9 seconds at all. That's kind of that's the reason why you got this here, the Harbinger or whatever like that, so you can spend all your energy on your basic attack. So therefore preparation basically clears the rest of the cooldown. So if I, let's say, see I cast that there, I have 9 seconds, and then I cast a basic attack, then the rest of it goes down. But you can't like literally put it to 0 cooldown. The way it works on like Death Trap is a little different, in terms of like mechanically, but yeah. Yeah, on the main power. Yeah, it's supposed to be a sub power. Yeah, I'm gonna check my stash after. I think wait 1 or 2 more runs. Let me see. Oh, I guess that's it. That's all the hearts I got. I don't think I've seen like a single ancestral. Look at this, full of loot without a single ancestral. Rapid fire decent. I mean, it's okay. I don't really think it's really worth the work that you put into it. At least it wasn't last season, and it hasn't changed from last season. I do plan on playing it to see if I become pleasantly surprised, but
Ready for whatever you need.
okay, what I got for wrong GA. So actually, why did I even keep these? Oh, actually I do got one, and there's 46% out of 50, so it's definitely on the higher end for the 1 GA.
That looks
And you said they're going between 50 mil to 250 mil. You said, dude. That's what I was looking at. You can be low ball in accident. Honestly, I really don't care too much about the gold, to be honest. I do. If you have 100 mil, I'll do it for you for 100 mil. Because I know that enchanting is gonna like destroy my gold. So I do have a little bit just for that, but that's really about it. Who drops Windforce again? That's actually a good question. Zir? I think it's Zir. GA on Imbuements. Oh, that's rough. Can you have Amulet? I'm actually selling this one. Your guys' different powers. It shouldn't. What? Let me take a look at the planner real quick. Yeah, so on my Random Arrows planner, no, it has Harbinger as a sub power. Hold on. Yeah, so here it is. Yeah, so at least on the Random Arrows here. Yeah, Beast and Ice as a main, and Harbinger as a sub power, and then you want to do Flesh Reapers and Cinderot's Flame. Best in slot. Yeah, this is best in slot. This is the Mythics. So yeah, this should be on the guide. Let me wait, did this change? Oh, tier list. I'm gonna say, like, wait a minute, that looks way different than what I remember. I'll make sure everything's right. Yeah, there you go. Beast in the Ice, Harbingers, Flesh. Yeah, it's all in there. Okay. I was making sure that it wasn't mislabeled or anything. All right, I got you, Camden. I have 27. Help him come so you can get Windforce. Well, you invited me quick. I think that was the fastest invite I ever added to my friends list. World boss in 8 minutes. I get the avarice power, hopefully. No, it's a Shava here. Oh, I guess no. Wait a minute. I guess it can be any one of these. It doesn't tell me which one. I guess we'll find out. There you go, sir. Honestly, probably for some testing for sure. You enable, yeah, that's gonna be that makes a big difference in the Random Rails build. So yes, have fun with that. But yeah, that Paint Gorge is definitely something I can use to test with. You can give it to me later because it's gonna be a bit before I get the Heartseeker. But just hold on to it. This is the thing. Okay. What was I gonna do? I have a lot of these. I wonder if I should just do these just cause I have a lot of them. And see if I can like get lucky on some other drops or something. Actually, where is his boss lair? Fields of Judgment. There we go. How much resource you need? 150. So 150 to make it comfortable, 3-1. If you're under 150, then like it will take a little longer to get the cooldown down. But 150 to do 3 shots, 3-1 basically, which is optimal. So you'll get 25 resources from the elixir of resourcefulness, and then you'll need to get 25 from the to boss world pants. World boss, yeah, I saw. What GA is needed for win force and for in order of importance? I would say Malice. Malice is the most important, followed by Barrage ranks. Using Shadow Render with stun and vulnerable blasting stun again is awesome. Okay, where are you getting the stun from? Duriel, so Duriel hearts. We'll do a couple of these and then go run to the world boss. Oh, okay. I don't even know what his loot table is. I see there's 2 wind forces and an eagle horn. What hit me? What was that? Was it this? Every rift spawned in the Hantu? Okay. Yeah, okay. I guess it is the spear. I was doing Death Trap build, all 2G. I was gotta renovate those cooldown. So I'll go renovate. Okay, I see. I see what I got hit by now. How do you know which bosses wish? That's such a good question. I personally do not know. But you can go on the websites and apparently they have a tracker or a thing that tells you which bosses which. Yeah, see another wind force. Okay, so this one drops wind forces quite a bit. I also got Kyle the Nameless 3 times. Water Hakan a couple of times. I was trying to figure out what the loot boss table was. Okay, all right, it's time for the boss. Get my boss power. I like the new temporary quality of life changes, easy and out of track, and not misclicking. Yeah, I like that too. No way you still at it. I guess I had a whole session of more rivals. Well, I technically I would say only, but yeah, I've only been off for 5 hours. So I'm being off for like another 4 to 5 hours roughly. So. By the way, those who were in chat, well, no, I'm not gonna tell you. I'll let it be a surprise for tomorrow. Let's go tomorrow. Oh no, there is. There is. I only took off Tuesday and Wednesday. I went to school today as well as I will be teaching tomorrow. Because I'm gonna be real tired, and I know it. And can't keep you hanging. You have to come to the stream tomorrow if you want to know what's going on. If I tell you now, then you get the information. You won't need to be to the stream tomorrow to find out. How? I mean, I guess I do it all the time, like each launch or whatever. I do sleep in the afternoon though. Like when I get off work, I go straight to sleep and I'll sleep for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I'll do real life stuff, and then I'll come back to stream, rinse and repeat for the first week of a season. This is doing like anti-damage, man. I wish I could have spawned in like a solo instance or something. Oh man, all 3 of them got hit. This gonna take a while. Oh, where's he at? Well, of this channel, you're a species of my own. A 3 GA Strata Kandar is exactly what you do not need. I have a 4 GA one. It's like chilling on my chest, just for just as a trophy. I found that on like day 1, and I was like, I don't want to salvage it. I'm not gonna use it, but I don't want to salvage it. Okay, we're almost at half the health here. You're just dead already. We're about to get a second stagger on this for us. Phoenix, what's going on? Did you ever find out that if you can kill 2 world bosses by typing to someone after killing your own world boss? Oh, by TPing, not typing. I think you can. At least it was able. It happened in season 6. I don't know if they like fixed it or something, but. Maybe he can, because he just came to my whatchamacallit. Are you here? Yeah, he's here. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, I actually got hit. Do I have a plan what we'll build a test next? In the future of the season? I'm gonna do a Heartseeker next. I plan on doing like 6 different endgame builds because they're the ones I'm responsible for on Maxroll. So Random Rails is first, Heartseeker is second, Invigorating Strike is third since they're almost the same thing as Heartseeker. Rapid Fire is fourth, Barrage is fifth, Pinshot is sixth. You'll never be a DT player? Probably not. I just don't like traps, honestly. New power unlocked. Get some blood. Tributes. Did you get anything? Oh, you don't get any rewards for it? So just only the hearts. Cool. Well, at least I got the Chavez power now. Not Chavez, Everest, yeah. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I wonder if I was use it as a sub power. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I gotta do Ubervar in the main one. I mean, like I know it's fixed, but I'm you know, or at least they say it's fixed, but I'm gonna try anyways. See what happens. Really? Well, I guess there's a cooldown on it though. Yeah, they put a cooldown on it. Yep. Yeah, they made sure I couldn't do it, man. They allowed us to be able to spam Death Trap, but they made sure I could not spam, that we could not spam Random Rails. They killed it from the PTR. Yeah. Like I can get off cooldown right away, but then there's like a 1 second internal cooldown. Actually, there's like 4 back to back. What actually made it back to back? Actually, you know what? Hold on. Maybe we can kind of get around it. Can we get around it actually? Let me see if Aftermath might. No. Okay. Oh no, there is a cooldown. See right there? Well, I guess I don't know. I should be able to get all my resources back though, but it spends on my resources. So I'll put it this way: when I did this combination to PTR, I was able, like this literal exact combination, I was able to spam, like just 100% spam it. So, however, I guess what I need to actually think about, hold on. Let's switch to elixir. No, okay, that's not gonna, yeah, it's not gonna let me spam it like I used to. But the biggest thing is because the Uber does not give you the -5 cooldown or whatever like it was. How do you compare Death Trap and Random Rails this season? Well, Death Trap is technically, once you have everything, the best build in the game, like strongest build in the game. So Random Rails is not bad, but it's not. It's definitely not Death Trap, but it's still strong. Okay, this is the best amulet I found so far that isn't Fort Ocon. I might have to keep that. Yeah, so yeah. It's weird I wouldn't be able to, well, I guess actually now that I think about it. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. The same thing will happen anyways. 2, 3, 4, 2. Yeah. No, yeah, they definitely try to make sure to kill it. To kill the like infinite spam that I was doing in PTR. Oh well. It was worth a shot. You can spam Death Trap against your boss powers though. Yeah. Well, the thing about it is that they would not let it happen from Random Rails. So unless you can give me a way or find a way for me to kind of be able to, yeah, they won't let it happen. So I guess with Death Trap it's a little bit different mechanically, but it's not just the boss power. But I don't know why they allowed it to work on Death Trap and then kill it on Random Rails. Considering that even if we could spam it on Random Rails, like it will still be like nowhere near as strong as Death Trap. It might destroy the servers. it might absolutely eat the servers alive, but that's about it. Let me try Zera's Blood Pool as main power. How would this help? Just curious. What's the best way to get boss match so far? Curious Undercity, the tributes. Other than that, I mean, incursion is not bad. No cooldown on activation. Okay. So if we did go to kill the shed. Oh, probably with mass if you have the GA skills on grasp. Oh no, I don't. I want one, but I don't have one. Are you saying you got a grasp you're not using? Isn't grasp really good for Flurry this season or no? I have to go for a while. Did I beat Lilith? Nah. I had a couple of good tries, but yeah, I'll wait till later. It's a good fight, but I need to farm for stuff. That's not gonna change the outcome of Lilith, like, but like farm for stuff for like, you know, bills and stuff. I have things I have to hit. Oh, you're looking for one? Okay, got you. Wait, what? Weird. Was that the second wave that did something, or? Yeah. Okay. It's not until it hits a target. So it's not on cast. It has to hit a target, which actually makes it slower. Yeah, I don't know. Use Hatred's Embrace and have to put Shadow and be in the bar, hold that skill down. What is Hatred's Embrace? Okay. Oh, really? Let me see if I maybe, hold on. Almost. So I guess that is technically possible. But why is it so slow though? Hold on. Yeah. So for like if this is like depth trap speed, this is fine. But for rain of arrows, because you have to get your like with rain of arrows, I was casting like almost 4 or 5 a second on PTR, and you kind of have to have that kind of like speed to be able to get to be able to stack enough precision stacks for it to be worth. So technically you can do it. It's just the pace is not good. Maybe use close quarters combat set. Oh no, you lose a lot of damage if you do that. And it's only like 15% more attack speed. Yeah, you lose a lot more damage if you went that route. But you can go overpower that way, maybe. If you want, you can make a planner. I want to see what your idea is with like trying to do overpower rain. But the difference between close quarters combat rain and precision range is big. And keep in mind, if you do close quarters combat and you stay up close, you lose both 50% multiplier here as well as a 30% multiplier and Deadeye. It's a lot. So not only are you taking a weaker key passive, you got to be up close, and you're losing two pretty big multipliers. Like Rain of Arrows hit like a wet noodle when you do close quarters combat. Only reason why we did it in the PTR was because the boss powers was dealing all the damage. So we made close quarters combat about the boss powers. That was it. But the boss powers don't do really much of anything right now, so. Yeah, so technically you can do this, but you have to attack considerably faster for that to be worth it over the traditional 3-1. Because even if you are doing this, like you might get a precision stacked Rain of Arrows once every like 1.2 seconds roughly. I don't have any Rain of Arrow gear, but you have the 30% overpower modifier from the boss power series. Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is that it would need to be a much larger contribution of power to make up for going to close quarters combat, if that makes sense. Like the difference between like precision and close quarters combat, it's like legit like 15 to 20 pit tiers. So we have to kind of think about, can overpower close quarters combat make up that many tiers of damage? That's the thing. Now, if it can, you know, for sure, like, you know, I will give it a whirl. It's just kind of rough. Wasn't precision only strong because Trick Attack was bugged? No. Well, it helped, yeah, but the Trick Attack is still. So Trick Attack had 2 bugs, not just one. They fixed one bug but left the other. Trick Attack still double dips with precision key passive. So this here still double dips with precision. It just doesn't. It just no longer compounds on itself anymore. So it's not bugged within itself, but it's still bugged with precision. That's the thing. again, I'm not saying it's not like it's impossible. But what, the double dipping with trick attacks and precision? You said maybe it's intended. I mean, at this point, they might as well. I guess. No, I don't want to say might as well leave it, but like, I don't know. You know, stuff we're asking now. Yeah, that's also the big plus. Random variables on bosses is actually quite good. But yeah, what is it? Keep yourself safe. Yeah, let me know. Like, continue to keep like throwing stuff at me. I'm not like saying no to anything that you're saying. I'm just I'm thinking about what you're saying and whatnot, and see if there's a way to. But yeah, so that the thing you were just saying is definitely possible. So like we could do that with random variables, but the attack speed is so low that it would not be worth it. Now, if I could spam it at the attack speed I did on PTR, absolutely I would do that. Like for Death Trap, like that attack speed is fine. Which is kind of what Death Trap is more so doing now. Probably just like being able to spam it a little faster, roughly. But for random variables, because you have to stack precision stacks, that's just rough. And you do close quarters combat, you don't have to worry about precision stacks per se, but you lose moves precision for one, 2 huge multipliers with the distance and the other and Deadeye. Trying to think of what else. Oh, the double dipping is why you say it might be intended. Okay, it's only D. Appreciate the sub. Yeah, keep throwing ideas, man. I am down to listen to see if we can come up with something creative and different. I am all for it. Okay, so we'll put back on the and we got the resource one. Okay. Blood. I got a ton of blood. All right. No, we're gonna do some pit after I claim my reward. Because they fixed turf and closer to double dip on close. Well, I think they probably did that just to allow closer to, or allow close quarters combat to be competitive with some of the other whatchamacallit. I almost think they just kind of gave it a bone, if that makes sense. It was easier to do it that way than to actually properly fix the others. At least that was my thought process. But you could be right though. Maybe they intended it to do that. I don't know. You know, the mission no dies is the one who watches the stream, and the chat is live streaming, and we all play bar. And Rob is Rogue Nation in the other dimension too. Actually, I got some Paragon points to spend too. Where shall we put it? Get some healthy mobs. So this build is good because it's bug? No. So like it double dips, but it's not carrying. Like the trick attacks and stuff like that, it's not carrying. It's not really a buggy build. Interestingly enough, the biggest bug was the biggest bug was actually fixed, and that was like part of trick attacks. That was a major I mean, just ridiculously major bug. I'm trying to think of what else I want to say. I guess I can keep scaling Headhunter. I guess I can try to get to this over here, I guess. Plus his dex. Yeah, but it's devious though. Oh yeah, I forgot the scaling. Huh.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Trying to think of what else I can actually like get rid of. I guess I can get rid of dex here. Throw that up there. Actually, no, that scaling is bigger. We're gonna get some Paragon from doing piss anyway, so I'll come back to it. This build on planner is like to look it over. Hold up. It's also on Maxroll too, but I'll give you the planner. Robert's on SB. I know he's still Barb Nation, but yeah. Because you're on Death Trap with Dancing Knives. A question about weapon mastery passive. See, some melee builds use dual sword, double dagger, and the passive reads that you get bonuses based on weapons used in the attack. So does that mean you will get increased damage weapon mastery from each of the weapon or just one? Each of the weapon. As long as you use them, yeah, there you go. I don't spawn these enough in this setup for Avarice. But I like him a lot in the Heartseeker though. Wait, where am I? This should do combat, I guess. Well, you're hitting billions. Is that not from the key passive? No, I mean, it's just the build in general. Like, it's not just one part of it, right? Like, you can have a really, really, really super high powered engine in a car, but like without the rest of the car, the engine doesn't do anything, right? So the engine can be great, but like the car has to be able to handle and provide stuff to coincide with the engine, so therefore the car go fast and go fast properly. You know what I mean?
I forge more than
So it's not, I guess what I'm saying is it's not just one component. But you build around the component, then yeah, you can get some stuff happening. All right, let's just pick a different whatchamacallit. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. Where is it at? I guess it doesn't really matter. I can't really scale any boss powers anyway. Just cause. I remember when you played this, the buff build was all because of the key passive from Heartseeker and vulnerable stacking, which is doing the same. No, so like the difference is that so victimize is a whole different key passive, so it works differently than precision. So for victimize does all the work. Like you do no damage, but the victimize does all the work. It does all the damage, but it's a proc key passive, so it's not the same thing. But I know what you're saying. But yeah, there are two different. The key passives there work differently. Yeah. I see what you mean now. think I might just stick with Beast and Nice and just call it, man. Whatever it is. Yeah, I know. It's gonna start getting like a bit slow to kind of level up the glyphs. My power is not quite there yet to do the upper 80s or mid to upper 80s like fast enough. Or quick, I guess you could say. Oh yeah, I'm changing the boss power. Go the Beast and Nice, I guess. I'm just actually curious about how this works. I've never seen it, so we're gonna put it there. Okay. Sounds interesting. Ugh. Okay, big Malice. Ugh. I couldn't cast. Oh, my elixir's gone, no wonder. Oh man. My resourcefulness elixir ran out. Do I have an overpower rune that you can borrow? What's the name of the rune? I forgot the name of the rune. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, me neither. If I have it, I'll give it to you. Probably sells for a lot right now though, because quite a few overpowered builds out there. CQC rain with exponentially shit gear and no overpower. And it was actually doing pretty well. Okay, it's definitely gonna be probably a yellow rune. Look at the ceiling is for random arrows. You mean like pit wise? Like I'm sure I can clear 100 for sure. Given the new pit scaling, I don't know how much higher than that because the new pit scaling is different. Let's see. Okay, so like none of the words. I might not even have it. Yeah, I don't think I have. But it is going to be a journey trying to level up my glyphs like solo in a sense. I mean, I could do it. It's just going to take some time. So it will definitely feel like a journey. The grind is real.
I'll keep my floor chart. Return soon.
Wait, what happened to my ovals tab? How did I change that? Did I change that on accident? Oh, I see. All right, Citadel coins. Oh, okay. I can do 3 there. Got it. I must have clicked something on accident. Brain with that overpowered giant bot as well as D2 with worse gear. You got any like? Give me some like I said numbers. I guess you say like what are you hitting for, or what pit tiers are you speed farming with that in a sense? I'm very surprised to hear that it would be as on par with DT with that overpower. I mean, I'll save additional close quarters combat gear. I was gonna save some for my Heartseeker, but I'll also save some for this too as well. I'm not against trying it. But on paper, it looks grim. Because it's zero res. Yeah, because you changed up the gear. I see. Jimmy, I'll get your Paragon. I think for most of it, you probably wouldn't have to. I think maybe like one-ish board would be a little different. One, yeah, like one board maybe. Because your glyphs and stuff should transfer over because it's still close quarters combat. So as long as you have mostly close quarters combat gear, a lot of it should transfer over. Not all of it, obviously, but a chunk of it should. But interesting. I'm still skeptical, but I am definitely listening to your journey here. Only just because the numbers look grim. So you know, we might be missing something, and I am no problems admitting if we find out something cool. Do you have Scoundrel's Leathers, by the way? Keep yourself safe. How to farm runes. You can do it. You can farm runes with the tribute from Undercity. So you can do that. Bossing is a great way to farm runes. So just killing bosses. Yeah, okay. You're welcome, man. Yeah, there are random drops for the most part, so there is a lot of luck involved in terms of the runes that you might want. They're being stingy with the glyph leveling. Super stingy. Game is. They live way too long. Two GA. Oh. Sag. One rake. What's the best order for blessings this season? Honestly, depending on the content you're doing. So if you can't get them all, just I would actually like think about like how you want to use your blessings depending on the content. So right now, for example, for me, I don't have all of them yet. but I would change out this for the Urn of Lies whenever I'm doing bossing generally, and then I'll kind of go back and forth or whatever. So it just kind of just depends on what you're doing. I think early on the Whispers is really good. Like very good because you can be doing a lot of Whispers early, so that's a good one to have. And then the Lies is like probably the second when you're starting the boss and stuff. It's probably the best run. All right, keep yourself safe. I'll save some gear aside and check it out. But it wouldn't surprise me that might be on par with like I won't say entry level Death Trap, but a Death Trap that's kind of still in the works. Because I remember like being on par with like Mippy for a bit, like toe to toe, until he got his overpower stuff, and then it was like a wrap at that point. So I'll save up some gear, even if I can't do like the overpower version per se. But oh, what I got knocked around. Demiscua? Demisuka? Damisuka. I don't know if I said that right. OP is just OP. Yeah. You're not able to see it though, Peacha, because he's on the YouTube stream or whatever like that. But he's he was asking about like why can't we do random arrows, like close quarters combat, overpower sort of thing. Well, I failed everyone. Just kind of those leathers. Carnage, what's going on, man? How am I doing? Just farming, blasting ish, semi-blasting, farming ish. Yeah, man, what's going on, man? Enjoying a new season? Oh, it's alright. Just okay. I don't really care for the boss powers. They're kind of mostly boring. But some of the quality of life changes are actually kind of nice. Please give my thoughts in the game. I think for like long term, like people who like to play often and play long term, I just don't think there's enough there. Like there's really not enough there. There's not enough meta progression or vertical progression to keep players who like to play a long time, you know, keep going in a sense. I do think that right now in the current state of the game for like casuals, like those who might play like, you know, maybe like 3 to 5 hours a week or so, like I think the game is in a good state for that type of player. Because it's gonna take them a little while to kind of get through the torment tiers or whatever, so they have more to do. But for blasters, no, not really. Also, quite a few of the in-game systems still need to be looked at and or, you know, fixes in terms of bugs like Infernal Hordes, Nightmare Dungeons, Dark Citadel, Kira's in the City in a sense. But I guess the idea is they're probably going to do like reworks of those systems, kind of like how they did the bossing, the layer bossing stuff. But man, it just takes a while for them to do that stuff. So they kind of like have to sit there and wait for a bit for them to make like big changes or even small changes. Really would be nice. It's just kind of rough. It's kind of hard to want to wait. You know what I mean? Paragon 210. 223 right now. I was 210 at the start of the stream. Kimmy-zan, what's going on? Hello, what would a 2GA crit and lucky chance Fist of Fate cost? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know many builds that are using Fist of Fate anymore. Maybe Sork builds might be. So yeah, I don't know. Did I miss you? Of course. Why wouldn't I? What's the best way to play Spiritborn this season? Noxious Ice Spiritborn? I don't know the exact build, but I just know the name. Or no, Noxus Resonance Spiritborn. Is that what it is? I think. Just tune in what bill you play. Random arrows. Right now I'm trying to level up my glyphs a little bit, so probably playing a little higher than I should for speed farming. This isn't really like speed farming, or not in the true sense of speeds. But I'm just trying to level my glyphs. So. Around no army doing 40. I did play a lot. Yep. Too many ovals. Oof. This has a new class later on. I prefer going back to D1 and D2. When the story actually supported players fun. I actually thought the campaign, the original campaign, was actually not bad at all. I actually thought it was pretty good. The expansion campaign though, that's something else.
Use it well.
Okay. Hope you don't mind you saying how you feel. No, not at all. This song. Well, what is with that barrier? Holy. Dead. A strong build. It's decently good. I just gotta keep scaling it. I keep forgetting to spin my ovals. Yeah, but leveling the glyphs at this pace still just seems like it'll take a while since I'm not like. I guess I could just literally just do a higher pit or whatever. I have better odds, but I'll get less XP though. So it's like I don't know. I don't know if I'm willing to give up the XP for the better odds. Ah, oh, cold resist, really? Nah.
My hammer sings on your return. Well, too bad, friend.
All these Nas.
What's left you?
Okay. I guess we'll jump to 85, sure. How many of you know of Diablo 1 that have played it? I have not played it. I haven't played Diablo 1 and very, very little of Diablo 2. So I have no comments. Oh, I couldn't reach the thing. Oh, really? That thing has such a big range. Oh, another one. Appreciate the follow. I guess as fast as you, but this guy it's gone smooth so far. Is it feeling alright though? What's my in-game latency? It usually hovers around like 60 or 70. Actually kind of dealing dagger damage out of stagger, which is actually surprisingly. Even though I didn't kill him in 3 staggers, but still. %70 fail. How much of a slog is a 90? I bet 90's gonna feel like a slog at my gear level.
I hope whatever's here.
And a bad map. And snakes. It can't get any worse. This is a very bad map with very bad mob type. Oof. And dead end. Dude, this is like such a terrible start. You've had it with these snakes. I know, right? This is not dying. But this might be a fail because this map is so bad. Map in my mob type. It's like a 5-minute 85, right? 5.5 minute 85. But I failed a 90. Are you tipper for one to see her red? No, not really. What up, Raven? So stuff. Not completely no, but I'm not like trading. I'm not going on trading sites trading for gear. But if some people in the chat want to give me stuff, I take. So I've had some friends like, you know, give me some stuff and I give them some stuff. All this lightning. Yo, look at all that. Seriously, those are fixes. I really need to be in an open map for this, fight your 90s apparently. This is tragic. Open hardcore this season? Nah, my internet isn't stable enough for that. Which is why I don't play hardcore, period, in general. Speaking of which, what just happened? Oh god, did my game just crash? Really? Wow. Yep, game crash. All that time wasted. Just gonna put this ahead, say this out ahead of time, chat. Let's please not get political. This is not a place for that, please. 5-tier jumps is like a lot. But I mean, I went from 80 to 85 and it felt mostly kind of okay, but from 85 to 90 felt like almost like a brick wall on that terrible map. You got any Yule runes? Maybe. Yo, I'm crashing again. What's going on? Getting started. I guess what I'm saying is don't take the bait. The original comment looks like a bait and people are like taking the bait. Please change build. Why? Or to what? What should I change it to? Pretty bird spirit born. We can go hammered in. Let me see what I got for runes. You said Yule? I don't know if I got any. I don't even know what Yule looks like. I guess I don't have Yule. Nope. Anyways, that was a terrible like pit layout and mob type too. All those were bad.
This place is
Better mob type. Ava, what's going on? How's the grind going? It's going alright. Just trying to level my glyphs a little bit, but I think I might be biting off a little more that I can chew at my gear level for trying to get my glyphs to 100 solo. But the jump from 85 to a 90 was like a lot. Like the 85 was like 5.5 minutes, right? But the 90 is like feels like push territory in like 5 tiers. At least at my gear level, I'll put it that way. Without freaking purple mobs. Yeah. If I was able to pull the whole map, like D3 style, I feel better about it. But holy, how does 5 tiers make that big of a difference when the others? I wonder if did I change anything on accident? Pretty sure I did not. Got the 85 real quick. You know, map them together. Yeah, but I mean, I didn't think I would have to do that at the 90, considering how smooth the 85 was at the time. Also, now I get an open map. Ow. The game is trolling, yes, I agree. I go for Max Paragon? No. I don't like. I do not like Pit enough to ever hit 300 Paragon in this game. It'll never happen until they revamp Pit or give us a different source of XP that's decent. Oh, I didn't see the aura. The whatchamacallit went back to this thing. Yep, there we go. This is a bad situation. I try 89, yeah. Miss my old school Bryn. I still got it. The Kango. Lurk support, thanks. Yeah. Strange. Cherium. What's going on? Oh wow. Oh! That dot kept going. Ow. So the hat does not give me justice. You don't like the hat? I do like the Kango though. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, my original Kango is still here. I did not get rid of it. That's my signature. Yeah, that's fair. Totally fair. Oh, I'm out of potions. Oh, what? Oof. That was a really quick stagger. You'll see you next time. See, the K hat is rocking the. All right. Appreciate your honesty. So definitely a lot of scuffed battles along the way, but like, yeah, I mean that just feels night and day difference than the 90 I attempted earlier. Also, probably should stay at 85 to be leveling the glyphs 290. But yeah, I'll key in the 89 and see what it feels like. But not having like the enough of the marksman projectiles does kind of hurt a bit. 26, 36 is 50 something. My double damage chance is actually pretty good. Should be almost 100, if not right at 100.
Horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
This is 89. Okay, not a closed map. You might be right, Peachy. I know, right? Seems like there might. It feels like there might be breakpoints though. This definitely feels significantly easier than the 90 did. I won't say significantly easier, but definitely a bit easier than like one tier higher. And I have snakes and stuff. I can't confirm it, but like it does. Yeah. That means like a 100 is even like more impressive if that scaling continues that way, or unless the scaling is only like that up to 100 or something. I don't know. Who knows? How many nines have I tried? 2, I think. But both felt the same, like. Oh, 100 billion crit there. I do want to kill these little high health things, extra health. But if I find a GA max life range weapon of any kind. Okay, cool. bow or crossbow, doesn't matter. The knight's awful. I actually wonder if I have time for the boss. I actually want Sea Hag if I can get Sea Hag. Lightning. Lightning damage, of course. Okay, these at least are not coming over. Okay, yeah. Alright, this is probably a fail. This Pat lightning. It's that dude, that one dude. I don't know if I can skip him and still be able to get enough progress. Lightning again. Alright. That's a rip. And it's not even that I'm like glassy. I got a freaking Tyrion's Might. Let me see if I have the weapon that he said he's looking for. Oh, here we go. I got a bow. Peach Ava. I don't know what made me keep the GA life bow, honestly. But yeah, it's there. Maybe the game knew. Maybe like the universe knew. So yeah, send an invite. All right, we go. Wait, huh? Wait, why is that account bound? Mine's account bound too. What? Where did I get this from? Where did I get this from? Sag. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's account bound. I don't remember. Okay. Yeah, my bad. But I'll keep an eye out for you though.
What's left, you ask?
Know about the bugs? As to why you can't see any public events? Actually, I have no idea, to be honest. I haven't ran into that, so I do not know. You know, I felt like when well, that was my list. Was it like 85 across the board? Die, what's up? I haven't seen the blue item that's ancestral. No. How's that a thing? Ancestral magic sword? Why? Actually, where do you get that from? Best in slot. Conde has one. Okay, we're gonna go do this here. Because a hidden GA fix on it. I mean, that still is kind of funny though. Like, that's strange. I mean, I think it's funny. You have a blue 800 power one too. You do too. I'm about to scale up a bit more. It's like Ellie's Weaver system. Okay. Probably that says nice D4 copies it. You said you won't complain.
Excellent fight.
Oh, I guess these dudes drop scout. Well, can drop scout hunters.
They were nothing. Did you truly think all of this would be that easy?
I should have went to go salvage. The fix rapid fire. I don't know actually. I'm somewhat curious to find out. Somewhat. I would say it's kind of easy to gear into from random arrows, but not really because I have to change like practically every piece of gear. Except for the helm and the weapon, I guess. Yeah, pretty much just those two are the only ones that actually stay. I still got quite a bit of blood left, so. You're still pumped you figure out how to 10 extra damage to DT? As if it needed more damage? That's nutty though. Alright. Well, I'll be looking for a video from you. When they start to drop fewer but better uniques, good question. I thought I dashed. I so thought I dashed. The game said no. Right here. Ice Fleet's pretty good. Yeah, it's practically meta on Rogue. Most Rogue builds. I think the main boss powers are just kind of boring, to be honest with you. Some boss powers are kind of boring too, but they at least do something. Main boss powers are more so visual effect. I will say the Beast and Ice Fleet though does give you like a chill, so it can provide you a source of chill. That can change around a couple of things, but it's not too terribly exciting. Outside of that. Black LS 65. Try to slow down to the 24/7 news cycle we were in.
The open road is nice, but I did miss civilization.
Okay.
They were nothing. Did you truly think all of this would be that easy? You think you've won? This is just the beginning.
$41 left. You have bad gear? You? I don't believe it. I can't imagine you in bad gear. You started yesterday? Still. Still. I can't imagine you in bad gear. But alright, fair. That's fair. I see. What is this, Lucian? Oh, that's bad. It's semi bad. Alright. We'll do a couple more speed pit runs for fun. Yeah, I might actually call it a little earlier than the past couple of days I've been streaming. This be maybe only an 8-hour stream. Only. Tomorrow's gonna be a longer day. Do I have an updated link? Yes, it's on Maxroll. Or I'll just give you the link directly. I wonder what like all the other classes are kind of doing at the moment. I haven't really been paying much attention. Other classes? Yeah, like apparently other people have like other classes on their Diablo 4 client. It's kind of a strange thing because when I purchased D4, it only had the rogue class installed. So you get the same client but worse. You only want one core skill. She's like, this feels good, mostly. And he's rogue not a thing anymore. Nope. It is dead. Proc rogue is dead. I will play around with some victimized stuff though, even though I don't see any future in victimized at all. But I wanted to at least say I tried at some point. It'll be like maybe a couple of weeks from now. Oh, 2 GA crossbow. Is it one maximum life? Nope. Overpower and energy on kill. Ouch. Oh wow, 16% chance on these. It's actually not bad. There's 8% chance on this. Oh, I got it. I got two. What? I got two success. Two success. Oh man, okay. Am I gonna do a video guide for Invigorating Strike? I honestly don't know if I'm gonna be doing any video guides this season for Rogue. And that probably sounds sad, but like I a lot of stuff is just really like mostly the same as last season in terms of like Reign of Rose does have somewhat newer-ish mechanics-ish. I'd probably say better quality of life more than anything else. But everything else is kind of the same as like last season. We just swap out wish powers to boss powers. So, which doesn't really change how you play Invigorating Strike or Heartseeker or Rapid Fire. So, I don't know. Nah, I will play Invigorating Strike, bro. Like I will actually play it. Don't get me wrong. In terms of making a video guide for it, I don't know. Same for the other builds. Each video takes about 7 to 8 hours to make, and usually I like the videos to be a passion project. So if I'm not like passionate about it, it just becomes like a slog. How much better is Invigorated Strike over Blaze Shift for the Shank Road? Considerably better, honestly. I tried, because initially, remember, Shank Road was Blaze Shift, remember? So I actually tried to do Blaze Shift again. And it wasn't, like, terrible. But it was hard to get some AoE out of it. And they changed the movement in Season 7. Like, you can no longer, like, kind of fluently move and stutter step with Blaze Shift or whatever, like I used to in the past. So, like, if it feels very stationary and whatnot. Ironically enough, Invigorating Strike is actually better single target than Blaze Shift at the end of the day, which is interesting. I almost think it probably has more to do with the clone than anything else. With Blaze Shift, you have to actually put the Blaze Shift temper on the two-hander or whatnot. Whereas with Invigorated Strike, you put the clone double damage on the two-hander. So the clone is doing more of the damage. And you're not like losing out on any like, you know, AoE goodness by doing that on the Invigorated Strike. That's partially what makes it pretty good. This is a terrible map. Holy crap. And it's a dead end. Oh, I hit the dead end. 2 dead ends. Oh man. Am I gonna make enough progress? Nope. I gotta go all the way back. Is Death Trap gonna get nerfed? Probably. You got armor. Is that what you were going for? I have 100 yes. No, you're finally capped. Oh, nice. By the way, when are we gonna go hit up some bosses together? At some point tomorrow, or I guess, yeah, tomorrow. Well, today I guess, because it's like what, almost noon for you. Is DT still a thing when they fix the bugs? Well, the bugs are fixed. It's actually not bugged at all. It's actually performing exactly how the items and stuff says it should. It's just considerably overtuned. Which is crazy to say on the Rogue, right? Like, Rogue has never like had builds that wasn't bugged for performance. Yeah, but they probably will end up touching Death Trap. The only thing I will say, and like, it's not coming from you know, well, actually, no, I won't say that. One thing I will say is that I want to make sure I understand the philosophy pretty clear. They made it. They did not want classes to be able to, like, I guess, spam ultimates or whatever. Just like hold down spam ultimates. They made sure to break that ability with the boss powers both ways, from Urivar to Harbinger on the sub power, right? Then, however, you know, Death Trap didn't get that memo. And on the same class too, like even on like Rogue, like they made sure I couldn't do the Marina Rails one button spam I did in PTR. They made sure that was not a thing. So my question is just consistent design philosophy, right? I don't have any issues with Death Trap or you being able to, you know, spam Death Trap, but just Death Trap, right? But like, why is that the only skill that kind of gets that treatment? And why prevent other skills from being able to do the same thing? So either way, either you don't want them to do that, or want us to do that, or you do want us to do that. You know what I mean? Like it just seems very inconsistent. You can kind of spam, yeah. Can you not do it with Cax? I don't think so. So I was somewhat able to do it, kind of. It was like very like wonky. With what was the name of that boss power? It's a blue boss power. Activating like shadow imbuements, kind of similar to how like Death Trap does it, but it is so clunky. It is not smooth at all whatsoever, and it lowers my attack speed, or I can't cast at a decent attack speed at all. It's like so bad. Like it ends up being worse to do it that way than just doing the 3-to-1 by far. But yeah, specifically though, they specifically added ICDs to the boss power, so we weren't able to do that. I think that was kind of the point I was making, right? Like they specifically were trying to kill the archetype of being able to have 0 cooldown on your ultimate skills. I played Heartseeker Rogue in season 4. It was perfect. Any chances I can get the same feelings now? No. I would say I'm gonna say hardcore disagree. I would disagree with Heartseeker being perfect in season 4. It actually had glaring issues. I think the thing what people remember about Heartseeker is the fact that relative to the other rogue builds or even some of the other classes, it was strong. People remember that it was strong, right? Like it was one of the stronger rogue builds. Pinshot being better. Later on for like pit push and like that, but Heartseeker was like for everything and all the other content, right? So people remember how strong it was. People don't remember the problems it had, because oftentimes people don't care what the problems have as long or what the problems are with the build, as long as it's super strong relative. That's what people remember. But yeah, season 4 Heartseeker has some pretty massive issues. And I will say, honestly, it's going to sound weird to a lot of players, but Heartseeker right now is probably in its best form it's ever been. From quality of life to damage, it does considerably more damage than it did in season 4. And the damage is consistent. It's not wonky, it's not super spiky like it was in season 4. However, the difference more so is other builds have gotten stronger as well. So it makes Heartseeker look like it didn't get better or look like it's gotten worse. But reality, it's actually gotten better over the seasons. If anything, the only thing I can say about Heartseeker that people will probably prefer is the fact that if we can play Heartseeker more at a distance. And that part I agree with. You're kind of forced into close quarters combat. But the way it feels, how it operates, how consistent it is, and the damage output is considerably better than what it was in season 4. It's just relative to other builds, you know, it's like, oh, well, you know, this build is doing this. So what people remember is the damage of Heartseeker relative to the other builds. The nerf to victimize really hit it hard. than having to go to. The thing about it is that, like, honestly, even with the nerfs to Victimize Heartseeker right now is still stronger than Victimize Heartseeker in Season 4. Even if Victimize is not in a good spot. Don't know, man, trying to play Heartseeker now and it's not great. That's because it's relative. On the top of your head. So God bless and Tolkien. In all honesty, what issues do you have with Heartseeker? Like the way Heartseeker is now. Is it because of close quarters combat? If so, I can probably understand that. It's just that initial cooldown makes it feel even more spiky. What initial cooldown? Oh man, I get 2 dead ends. I guess Heartseeker compared to the AV2 build. I'm like, I'm trying so hard to have fun Diablo. I wasn't plays a bow or an A build, not crossbow, but bow. You can still go bow. I mean, crossbow is like slightly better because of the way that the Grass of Shadows work or whatever. Because Grass of Shadows has a cooldown on the clone, so it kind of makes crossbow the better choice. But if you want to do bow, you absolutely can. Like, I mean, you're probably not going to notice a difference in your output or your clearing or like that if you choose to play bow instead. Oh, the victimized cool. Oh, you mean the victimized cooldowns? I got you. But yeah, you totally can play with the bow. Like you're not stuck to crossbow. That was a bad run, like a terrible run. Be right back a sec. I'll come back in a sec. The damage is really low and seems dependent on the skills to generate attack speed. Oh, are you talking about like leveling? Because like leveling Heartseeker requires Flurry for sure, but like in game doesn't require that. Originally, I could one button Heartseeker totally. That's what I wanted. In Season 4, we really couldn't do that though. Like, I guess you could through some content, but like if you wanted to do some of the harder stuff or whatnot, you definitely had to jump through hoops and stuff with cow traps and other stuff. And cow traps felt worse then, right? Appreciate the follow. Like Heartseeker was never a one button build. Although you could, I guess, kill things in the open world with just one button, technically, but you can also do that exact same thing now. If it's just the open world content, like like Helltide or whatever. If you don't want to like use any buffs or whatever, you legit could just. Well, I won't say one button. It have to be. Yeah. You can one button it because all you gotta do is just cast clone. So I guess 2 buttons. I guess. Cast clone. Cast Heartseeker, and then just Heartseeker until stuff is dead. I'll be building Heartseeker pretty soon, probably like early next week or so. You just want to play Andy Rowe again? I like the range Heartseeker because you were clearing stuff off screen. There are plenty of close range builds. So I totally agree with there not being true range builds on Rogue. I 1000% agree. Do I need a good Sky Hunter? What'd you get on it? What GAs do you have on it? Yeah, but yeah, anyways, so I totally understand you wanting range builds. I complain about that too. Most Markman builds are close range. That is 100% true. But I also have to make sure that people understood that honestly, Heartseeker at the higher levels was not a range build. Now on my stream, you might have seen me play it ranged or whatever, but technically, you really need to clump things together so your victimized can basically hit everything. So it was actually a close range build in season 4 at the higher levels. The reason why I'm having this conversation is because like people remember the nostalgia of how strong it was, but not necessarily the issues it had. Most of the things that you can do then, you can technically still do now. The difference is that other builds have also gotten stronger, which pushes Heartseeker's relative power compared to the other builds. Look like it's not like, a decent build, if that makes sense. Because in season 4, it was like Rogue's second strongest build, right? Whereas in like from like season 6, 7, and 8, it became like Rogue's like 4th strongest build, right? 4th, maybe 5th strongest build. So it dropped in terms of like relative to the other Rogue builds, but overall, it's gotten stronger and stronger since season 4. Marksman GA 660%. I actually have one of those, but I appreciate it. Right now I have my 48% crit damage one, but I do have a 60 Marksman GA in the stash. I just haven't done anything to Masterwork it yet. But yeah, with that being said though, like if you was watching any season 4 Heartseeker players push pit or whatever, they were all playing up close, like up in your face close, with the exception of like maybe a little bit at the some of the pit bosses. They'll try to stay a little further away, but generally speaking, the majority of the run is like close up in your face. So even without close quarters combat, we were playing pretty close with Heartseeker in season 4. However, it would be nice if, honestly, if I could have it my way, I would love to like play it with something like Alchemical Advantage. No, sorry, Alchemical Admixture. And me and Woody, at separate times, were actually cooking up something to do it with Alchemical Admixture. Because initially we thought maybe Mixed Shadow Imbuement and Mixed Cold Imbuement would actually get buffed by the key passive. And if it did, technically speaking, you can play some other builds with this key passive, aka also Heartseeker. So initially that's what I wanted to do in season 6. Make a range Heartseeker with Alchemical Admixture and whatnot. And the theory and stuff was actually pretty solid, but unfortunately, Mixed Shadow Imbuement and Mixed Cold Imbuement does not get buffed by Alchemical Admixture, killing several different builds that we could have actually done. Is it final version of the build? Like right now? No, this isn't the final version. I don't have Shroud or potentially Starless. I still need to test that. Amongst a couple of other things, like better road pieces of gear. So no, this is definitely not the final. Okay, I'm back. Access to something straight up. Which unique bow can I play right now that will allow me to demolish content T4 pit? You said unique bow. Does it have to be a unique bow build? Can it be like a regular bow? Or does it have to be unique? Is 75 the peak of what your build can do right now? No, this is the speed farming. That would allow you to demolish. So here's the thing: when it comes to demolishing content, right? Some builds are gonna be able to, like, there are quite a few builds that can do that on the road, technically. But some of them are I guess going to require more effort than others in terms of gearing to be able to get to that point. Like Death Trap, you can do it really easily, but that's not a bow build, right? Rain of Arrows is probably the thing that you're looking for in terms of being able to demolish T4 content for a bow build, like unique bow, whatever like that. You can do it with Heartseeker, but it's going to require a bit more gearing requirements to make that happen, and getting a good shard of Varathio is not easy. But you would do it with a regular bow, not a unique bow. But the fastest way to demolish in T4 with the bow build is going to be Rain of Arrows. And it's technically a range build. Like like in this case, this is really an actual range build because you have to be ranged to get your bonuses and stuff like that. Big multipliers. So you definitely want to be ranged. But it's not the easiest build to play. It's easier than it was last season, but did they nerf Rain of Arrows? Yeah. To be fair, it needed it was warranted. I think it made sense. What I don't like is that they didn't make it more intuitive, which is one of my biggest. God dang it! Are you serious? What'd I miss? I'm at the end of the whatchamacallit. All right. Yeah, but they did, and I was a little worried at first until I've tried it on a PTR and I was like, okay, yeah, this is fine. Honestly, I think the power of Rain of Arrows right now is kind of where a lot of other rogue builds should be, in my opinion. I feel like if other rogue builds come up to where Rain of Arrows is at, I think rogue overall as a class would actually feel really good. Obviously, Death Trap is an outlier and will most likely get nerfed and definitely needs a nerf. For balance purposes, I'll put it that way. But yeah, I do think that the Rain of Arrows did need to come down from last season. And the way they nerfed it was actually like pretty good. Like the way that they went about it, which is rare from Blizzard. No, he said Death Trap is fine. I'll read from what Ava said on top. The cost of entry to get power is too low. Just Eyes of the Dark and Scoundrels is instant T4. You get grouping, screen clear, spammable shield, insane scaling, crazy top end damage, insane mobility all in one build. Is Death Trap that good? Yes. Yeah, Blizzard nerfing either destroy a build or leave it so it's rare. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think the way they did it to whenever else is fair. Like, I'm not mad about it at all. But I do question the philosophy of, you know, allowing some ultimates to be easily spammable, but others you kind of force, you try to force it to not happen, I guess, in a sense. But I will leave that alone. And it's not just for like rogue, but like other classes too, in a sense. Like, with no GA, I did pit 50 at Paragon 100 in 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm actually just playing bad. I was actually ripping through the 75s like a lot faster than this. Now I'm just kind of like playing lazily and not efficiently. You want this not to be S tier. Honestly, I think a build like that would be worse to be S tier. I'm gonna be honest, or not S tier. Sorry. S tier. I guess you could say that. Only because you can. It's the only build that you can deal damage while moving at the same time. So it's a very cautious thing that they cannot. It'd be difficult for them, like, you know, to have a good balance to where they can make Dancing Knight stronger, but then not completely overshadow every other thing in Rogue, because of this unique ability to be able to do damage along the move. I think that's why they purposely kind of kept it where it is. Do I think it should be better in game? Yes, but I can see why they're a little afraid to give it more oomph. Because it's already like one of the best speed farming builds, period. Is this winnable? All right, I think this will be my last pit. Because me being able to continuously move is so nice, yeah. I guess that the thing is that like if something like that becomes the strongest rogue build, for instance, you will completely overshadow every other rogue build, even if it's slightly the best build. Like, you know, maybe just a tiny bit better than like maybe another build. Its movement alone would make other builds irrelevant to play. That's the tough part. Like it can't have like the best movement and the best clearing at the same time, or the strongest clearing, I guess you could say, power wise. That's partially, again, why Death Trap is an outlier, because it kind of is in that category almost. It does everything better than every other build right now, and that's not a good thing. And not just like every other build in Rogue, like a lot of other builds on other classes too. Like I'm pretty sure if you need to, I'm pretty sure Death Trap can do your taxes as well. I wouldn't put it past it. What do I think about Twisting Blaze? Twisting Blaze is fun. Actually, I don't even know. I don't know. Has it been tested that the Shadow Clone Poison Imbue thing? I think it has, right? Does it work now? Poison Imbue Shadow Clone interaction. If so, then Twisting Blaze is pretty good this season. Death Trap, make me some breakfast. I'm sure Death Trap can like beat eggs like no tomorrow, man. Death Trap doing all that, then I might have to try it out. Yeah. If so, man, get your fill in before Blizzard does anything to it. All right, I lied. We'll do one more run.
How shall I guide my hammer?
We'll leave it at that. Although, I think what else I need for Heartseeker. I actually got a pretty decent shard of Rathiel. I don't have a Starless Sky, so that might be a little rough to start. From a resource standpoint, but I think I might can make it work. Okay, I'm actually playing slightly better this run. I keep messing up my precision stacks, which shouldn't really be an issue, but I'm realizing what's happening. Because why some of these mobs are living longer than they should have been. After like one cast. It should just be one cast death. Yeah. Okay, that was totally me actually messing things up. That being said, I think I actually want to do another run. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was totally me. I was mucking up my precision activation. I have a 4 GA with a con. Just a random 4 GA with a con just laying around. I mean, I'd never say no to that. One build I wish was better is Shred Druid. Yeah, I love the concept of Shred. But I can agree with you on that. The only time it was ever good was when it was bugged, and that's it. My top favorite 3 builds ever were Twisting Blades, Heartseeker, and Double Swing Barb. Is there a good poison trap build in those new gloves? Not really. Those new gloves are practically dead on arrival. Okay, I was doing it wrong then, or I guess not waiting for to properly get the stacks off. There's so much talk about being buggy. It's not buggy. They had the one interaction with some gloves that weren't supposed to drop, and so they disabled that. And so the death trap is actually dealing the damage it does because it's just that strong. There's no bugs associated with it. Again, which is really weird to say as a rogue because that almost never happens. There's always some sort of buggy interaction that makes this somewhat valid in this game. But yes, regardless, it's probably gonna get nerfed. So I would expect to see that like within the next like 2 weeks or so, 2 weeks. If Blizzard is going to follow their new philosophy on, you know, touching build outliers, I guess. Not only rogue. I'm gonna say rogue. Just the build. Let's not demonize the entire class because one build is overperforming. Like I know what people are saying when they say that. It's like, oh, you know, X class is too good or whatnot, or S. You know, it's usually one build that's like the outlier. And like you remove that one build, right? And then all of a sudden it's like the rest of the class is like, yeah. But no, Death Trap is DT Rogue right now, or Death Trap Rogue is the best build in the game. And it's probably better than what Blood Wave was last season, which is kind of like redonkulous. What people thought about TB? TB's fun. If the poison and imbuement interaction with Shadow Clone is fixed, then I think TB is in a pretty good spot. Okay, but I was doing it. I was messing up my precision stacks and my rotation. So like some of my random arrows was not getting precision. I was casting like right before the 3 stacks in some cases. I didn't realize it until like I slowed down my rotation a little bit and was wondering what was going on. Oh, actually, Ava, are you there? I don't know if he's still there or not. Oh, never mind. I see. Maybe hooked him up last night with the Ahu Rune. I actually forgot about that. I mentioned him. Okay. We actually didn't really get like any realistic upgrades today. You wanna try it? You should. TB in general mechanically is fun, in my opinion. I played Blizzard games for 20 plus years and I know they were nerfed. They nerfed the class and not the build. That is not true. At all. Usually they touch the build, not the entire class. They don't just do like a big. It might be a mechanic that several builds in the class could use, but some of the other builds probably weren't good enough for it to matter anyway. But no, they definitely target the builds. Like the build. So like for instance, like Death Trap is probably gonna get targeted, not the entire class, row class. Like another instance, Rain Arrows got nerfed from last season. They targeted one build, not the entire class. So if that was the case, then Death Trap wouldn't be OP right now. Prime example. Necros, they actually did nerf Bloodwave a good bit, or kind of. And then they kind of buffed it slightly again, but then they buff other stuff on Necro. They said the first couple of weeks each season is when they'll fix shit. Back to the middle of the pack. Well, I mean, I guess the DT is definitely an outlier. There are probably other builds that might be on their radar too from other classes that might see something along those lines. It'd be nice though that if they did do some nerfs, they didn't really specify that they were actually buff any builds like in the first couple of weeks of the season. I don't think they like said that at all. But it'd be kind of neat if they actually did. It'd be like, oh man, this is performing way lower than we wanted to. Let's give it some umps. towards the beginning of the season while fixing the outliers. So like fix the outliers, don't get me wrong, like bring those builds that are way out of line and you know and in line, but also like throw a bone to some other builds that you see are just not performing at all, right? Bloodweight Necro is still best DPS, I think. No, it's not. It's Death Trap. It's Death Trap. It just takes Death Trap considerably longer to get to its like completely OP state than Bloodwave. But a fully geared out DT Rogue with all the proper master workings and GAs is the strongest build in the game.
My hammer sings on your return.
What was I gonna do? I think let's look at the mustache for some stuff. Thought I had another GA. Shroud. Oh yeah, it's that one. Trying to figure out when I want to transition into Heartseeker, but I do not. I don't even have like an okay-ish amulet. So it's kind of hard. I guess this is okay. Okay-ish. I can roll like one passive on there. I guess it's okay-ish. Plus 2 impetus. Maybe that might be a slightly better. Oh man. But we need more skill diversity. Oh, I agree. I do not disagree with that. 100% agree. How Bone Spear Necro, not the best build for Necro. I think it's like Blood Spear, right? Most likely Blood Spear, then Blood Wave or something along those lines. And I played Blood Wave, but Macro was saying it's basically just a bust killer and wasn't great as at much else in comparison. But considering that like Blood Spear got some huge buffs, he might be referencing like, you know, like relative to that, but like Blood Wave compared to some other builds and other classes is still really strong. Like Sork would love to have like a build as strong as Blood Wave right now for Necros. Like there aren't enough choices. I also agree with that too. All right. So it said Dasa is Heartseeker, can it rank up to T4? It can. It's gonna require a little bit more commitment, but it can. You could totally do T4 Heartseeker and T4. In fact, I will be doing that in the next couple of days once I get some better gear. I'll throw on some Heartseeker and do some stuff. But yeah, so tomorrow's gonna be a long day. But I'm gonna start my stream a little earlier tomorrow. There's a special thing happening that I am not going to mention quite yet. You'll have to be here tomorrow to see, or be a part of. But yeah. Oh wait. Huh. Okay. No, I think I can actually start a little later. Huh. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. But anyways, with that being said, let's cut it off at 8 hours today. This is technically a short stream compared to my other to the other streams for the past couple of days. Let's see who to go to. You play Sork is kind of sad. We still play Lightning Spirit. Yeah, I feel bad for y'all, man. I really do. I like honestly do. Who do I want to go to? We did clip this last time. I'm not gonna raid Rob. Nothing against Rob, but like I don't raid like big streamers for obvious reasons. Or at least I hope for obvious reasons. Actually, Anna Kate just went live. She's cool, peoples, yeah. But she didn't start until like 13 minutes though. But yeah, we'll go ahead and go that way. But anyways, I'll be on later today. And we'll do much of a similar thing. I think the thing is just that I need to farm and get some better pieces. Definitely need a better Sky Hunter for sure. And also need some mythics. It's kind of rough without and also some better stuff for like the basic attack builds or whatnot. Actually, the stuff I have right now is actually good for like I can probably like legit get rapid fire together or whatever, or even some of the other builds like together better than the current builds I have right now. But yeah, C6 and Matthias, yeah. Have a blessed day, great screen. Thanks. Yeah. So tomorrow's gonna be a longer stream. So I think that's why I'm cutting it a little short this time. Because of the super secret surprise-ish thingy. And yeah, I appreciate all y'all for being here. You guys could be literally anywhere else, but you are here chilling with me. And of course, I do not take that for granted. Enjoy Anna Cake. And as always, until next time.